Hey there! Tonight's story unfolds beneath the roots of the world, in shadowed groves, golden fields, and the halls of the dead. You'll follow a tale of abduction, seasons, longing, and uneasy love. The kind of myth that echoes through every autumn wind and spring bloom. This is the story of Hades and Persephone, told slowly, softly, and without judgment. If this kind of storytelling helps you rest, feel free to like the video and subscribe, but only if it actually brings you peace. And let me know in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is right now. It's strangely comforting to know who else is out there drifting off to the same quiet myths. So, get comfortable. Let your room fall still and descend with me into the story behind the seasons and the bond between death and life. Before the pomegranate, before the underworld, before the earth yawned open like a mouth and swallowed a girl whole, there was peace. Quiet, gentle peace. The kind found in meadows when the grass is too long and no one has yet invented lawn mowers. This is where our story begins. Not with Hades, nor with death, but with Persephone, though at the time she was simply called Kor, the maiden, a girl of wildflowers, laughter, and untroubled steps. Her world was all surface, sunlight, green things, blossoms. It was a world without shadows, or at least none deep enough to worry about. She was the daughter of Demeter, the goddess of grain, harvest, and maternal overprotection. And like many overprotective mothers, Demeter had one very firm rule. Don't go near boys who live underground. A rule that will, as you'll come to learn, not age terribly well. Now, in the great family of the Olympians, Demeter is one of the older siblings. A daughter of the Titans Kronos and Rhea, she had seen the world reshaped by Zeus and the new order of gods. While her brothers chased thunder and war, she tended to life's quieter miracles. Wheat, barley, fruit that ripened slowly under the sun. The Greeks saw Demeter everywhere food was grown. Not in the feasts, mind you, those belonged to Dionysus and his merry hangovers, but in the silent, back-bent labour of planting, watering, harvesting. To them, Demeter was sacred in the simplest of gestures. A seed placed in soil, a loaf of bread broken in half, the promise that spring would come again. And Kor, her daughter, was spring made flesh, the blooming after winter, the innocence before knowledge. If Demeter was the field, Kor was the flower. It's important to pause here and say that Persephone didn't yet know she was Persephone. Names have power, especially in mythology. Kor was a placeholder of sorts. It simply meant maiden, a title more than a self. A figure unformed, potential waiting for experience. She was not yet queen of anything. She didn't rule the dead. She didn't even have a throne. She was a girl picking flowers with nymphs. And really, if you've ever spent time with nymphs, you'll know that's rarely the setting for wise decisions. The setting was Sicily, or sometimes Attica, or even nicer, depending on which poet you ask. But all versions agree there were flowers. Too many flowers, in fact. Violets, crocuses, narcissus, all blooming unnaturally bright. The ancient Greeks knew what this meant. You don't get that kind of floral extravagance without divine meddling, and divine meddling there was. Because somewhere deep below, beneath the soil and stones, Hades had been watching. Now don't recoil just yet. Hades was not the devil. He didn't twirl his moustache or cackle wickedly. In fact, the ancient Greeks didn't see him as evil at all. Unsmiling, yes, stern, certainly. Not the sort you'd invite to a dinner party, but evil number. He was a god of balance, of endings, of contracts kept and souls counted. His realm was orderly, predictable, which, in a chaotic pantheon like the Greek one, was no small feat. Still he was lonely. He ruled over countless shades, souls of the dead, but not one companion. No wife, no queen, not even a close friend. And so he did what many lonely individuals do in myths written by men. He asked his brother Zeus for dating advice. Zeus, who was not known for wisdom when it came to matters of love, or frankly matters of anything except throwing lightning bolts, suggested his niece Kor. This was, you'll note, a fairly standard arrangement in divine genealogy. Olympian family trees are less like trees and more like tangled wreaths with petals missing. Zeus gave his blessing. But crucially, he didn't tell Demeter. Whether out of oversight, strategy, or sheer cowardice, he'd left that little detail off the family group chat. So Hades waited. And the Earth, his ally, waited too. Then one day, as Kor stooped to pick a particularly dazzling narcissus, a flower later associated with death, the ground beneath her split open. Not with a roar, not with chaos, but with a sudden, silent efficiency, like a trapdoor pulled by an expert stagehand. Hades emerged in his chariot of black horses, reached out and pulled her down. Just like that. No time for screams. No time for a goodbye. Only the echo of petals falling where she had stood. Now this might sound dramatic, and it was. But for the ancient Greeks, this wasn't just a story of kidnapping. It was a ritual metaphor. The earth takes what is sown. What blooms must also decay. Spring cannot exist without descent. In other words, this was less a crime report and more a cosmic lesson. Kor's fall was the beginning of her transformation. To go underground was to change, to grow, to gain depth. Still, try explaining that to Demeter. When Demeter realized her daughter was gone, she searched the world. Not figuratively, literally. Torches in hand, she wandered night and day. She questioned gods, mortals, winds, rivers. She even interrogated the sun, Helios, who, being incapable of minding his own business, had seen everything. Eventually she learned the truth. Her daughter had been taken by Hades, with Zeus's consent. This understandably did not go over well. Demeter's grief was not weeping in corners. It was not soft or poetic. It was fury and silence, withdrawal. She simply stopped. She withdrew her gifts from the earth. Grain ceased to grow. Orchards withered. Fields turned to dust. Nothing could flourish without the goddess's touch. The world began to starve. And suddenly, the gods, who generally enjoyed having worshippers who were not dead, took notice. Humans had stopped offering sacrifices. Altars were cold. Priests muttered nervously. Cities trembled. Zeus, suddenly recalling he was the one who permitted all this in the first place, decided that perhaps a compromise was in order. So he sent Hermes, the messenger god, down to the underworld with a politely worded message. Return the girl. Please. But meanwhile, beneath the earth, something else had begun to shift. Kor, no longer quite a girl, not yet a queen, was adjusting. Hades had given her a throne, a crown, a role. She had walked among the dead, seen their sorrows and listened to their silence. She had not forgotten the sky, nor her mother. But she had changed, as all people do when confronted with the deeper parts of themselves. The moment of return would hinge on one thing. Had she eaten anything while in the underworld? You see, the Greeks believed that eating the food of the dead bound you to their realm. Most souls didn't eat. They drifted. They mourned. They lingered in shades. But Persephone, yes, now we may begin to call her that, had eaten 6 seeds from a pomegranate offered by Hades. Not a feast, not a trick. Just 6 seeds. Just enough. Enough to mean she could never fully leave. Hermes delivered the news. Zeus, ever the negotiator when his own reputation was at risk, proposed a solution. Persephone would spend part of the year in the underworld with Hades, and part with her mother on Earth. A seasonal contract, if you will. No lawyers needed, just divine assent. Demeter reluctantly agreed. Hades predictably agreed, and Persephone, well, she had little choice, but she had also gained something unexpected. Agency, duality, a role in both life and death. Each year, when she rises from the underworld, the world bursts into bloom. Demeter rejoices, the trees awaken, the barley waves gently in warm winds. And each year, when she returns below, the leaves fall, the fields go quiet, and the earth sleeps. The myth, you see, was never just about loss or marriage. It was about rhythm, about the balance between growth and rest, between light and shadow. It was how the Greeks understood the seasons. But all of that is yet to come. For now, the earth is still cracking open. The horses are still galloping, and the maiden, Kor, is falling. Down into a kingdom she does not know. Into a story that will echo for thousands of years. Sleep now. Let the grasses bend in gentle wind. Let the wildflowers bloom in silence. Let the girl pick her blossoms, unknowing. And let the world hold its breath, just for a moment longer. The story has only just begun. Hades does not burst into the story with thunder. There are no fiery entrances, no chaos, no storm clouds billowing from behind his throne. If anything, his presence is more like a cool draft beneath a doorway. Always there, rarely noticed. But he was there, always, watching, waiting, and, as the Greeks believed, keeping things precisely as they ought to be. Not a villain, not a monster, but a god of balance. Let us begin properly. When the Titan Cronus swallowed his children to prevent being overthrown, as one does, he inadvertently created a legend. Hades, his third son, was consumed whole, along with his siblings, Hestia, Hera, Demeter, and Poseidon. It was Zeus the youngest who eventually forced Cronus to disgorge them and led the charge in the Great War known as the Titanomachy. After the Titans fell, the brothers drew lots to divide the cosmos. Zeus drew the sky, Poseidon got the sea, and Hades, by chance or by fate, drew the underworld. It wasn't a punishment, though many have assumed it. It was a necessary realm, as old as the stars and twice as deep. Hades took to his role without complaint. While Zeus flung thunderbolts and Poseidon stirred tempests, Hades descended into his quiet kingdom. There was work to do after all. Death, unlike Olympus, did not wait, and it certainly did not gossip. The Greeks did not call it hell. That was a later invention. To them, the realm of Hades was simply the place all mortals went upon death. A sprawling, shadowed expanse beneath the earth, bordered by rivers ruled by silence. It was called Hades, like the god himself. A factor that led to no end of confusion in later storytelling. But the Greeks, practical as ever, referred to it with several names. Erebus, the place of darkness. Hades, the unseen realm. Or simply the house of Hades. It wasn't punishment, not inherently. It was continuation. To enter the underworld, the soul had to cross a river. Not just any river, of course. There were 5 rivers in total. Styx, the river of oaths, black and binding. Lethe, the river of forgetfulness, for those who wish to forget their mortal lives. Acheron, the river of pain. Phlegethon, a river of fire, though no one swam in it, for obvious reasons. Cocytus, the river of wailing. And there, on the banks of one of these rivers, usually the Styx, waited Charon, the ferryman. Now Charon was not especially friendly. He was not especially chatty, but he was reliable. With a long beard and a longer oar, he ferried the dead across, 1 coin at a time. The fare? An obol placed in the mouth or on the eyes of the deceased at burial. No coin, no crossing. You'd be stuck wandering the shore, which was unpleasant, even for the dead. Once across the river, the soul came to the gates of the underworld, guarded by a rather enthusiastic creature. Cerberus, the 3-headed dog. Loyal, watchful, and deeply committed to the no-exits policy. Each of Cerberus's heads, the poets say, could see a different truth, past, present, and future. Though how he felt about belly rubs remains unrecorded. Still, few tried to pet him. Even fewer tried to sneak past. Now inside the underworld proper, the dead stood before 3 judges. Minos, once king of Crete. Rhadamanthus, known for his fairness. And Aeacus, guardian of the keys. They would assess the life of the soul. Good deeds, bad deeds, sacrifices offered, oaths broken. It all went into the judgment. From there, the soul would be assigned its afterlife. There were, broadly speaking, 3 destinations. The fields of Asphodel, a sort of neutral zone where most souls drifted. Neither punishment nor reward, just peaceful boredom. The Elysian Fields, a paradise for the virtuous, the heroic, and the poetically favoured. Tartarus, a shadowed pit for the wicked, or more often, for those who had annoyed Zeus. You'll note that the average soul didn't go to heaven or hell. They went to Asphodel, where they wandered in mist and silence, reminiscing about figs and wondering why no one left offerings anymore. All of this was Hades' domain. He didn't judge the dead. He didn't punish or praise. He simply ensured that once you entered, you remained. That order was kept. That laws, divine or mortal, were observed. In short, Hades was the administrator of the afterlife, and he took it seriously. Unlike his brothers, Hades did not flit about the mortal world having affairs. He rarely left his throne. He didn't meddle in wars or flirt with nymphs disguised as cattle. Instead, he governed quietly. He received offerings, burnt black animals, poured libations, the occasional wreath tossed into a chasm. Not many temples were built in his name, but those that did exist were solemn, deeply respected. He wasn't loved, but he was revered. Hades was often depicted as a dark-haired man with a full beard, stern of face, enthroned in black stone. His symbols: the bident, a 2-pronged spear, not quite a trident, but no less sharp. The helm of invisibility, forged by the Cyclopes, which he had once used to sneak behind the Titans in war. And, eventually, a pomegranate, but that comes later. He was called Adoneus, the unseen one. Ploton, the wealthy one, not in gold, but in souls. Chthonios Zeus, the Zeus of beneath. Names that hinted at power without thunder, authority without spectacle. Hades had subjects too, not just the dead, but deities and spirits unique to his realm. Thanatos, the god of death. Hypnos, god of sleep, quietly lurking nearby, no doubt listening in now. The Erinyes, or Furies, spirits of vengeance. Hecate, goddess of witchcraft and crossroads, who travelled freely between realms. And of course Persephone, though she had not arrived yet. The underworld before her was complete, but not alive. Some said it was barren. Others said it was silver-lit, eerily beautiful. A place where time drifted like fog, where memory became more real than flesh. And there, at its heart, Hades ruled. Not with cruelty, not with affection, but with a kind of sombre respect for the order of things. He was not the bringer of death. He simply received it. And in this the Greeks found comfort. Unlike other deities, Hades did not demand praise. He did not grow jealous. He did not strike from the skies. He simply waited, as all ends wait. Now, one mustn't mistake his stillness for lack of feeling. When Persephone came, when the earth yawned and the girl arrived, Hades did not gloat. He did not boast. He made her a queen, offered her a throne beside his, gave her power, ritual, and domain, shared with her the burden of rulership. It was not romance, as modern tales like to pretend. It was reverence. Hades respected the sacred, and in Persephone he saw the sacred unveiled. Still, it was an unusual marriage. Even the gods were taken aback. Sun above, shadows below. Spring joined to stillness. It wasn't love as mortals knew it, but it was something stronger than possession. It was permanence. And so, from that moment on, Hades ruled not alone, but with a consort, one who would bring balance not only to his realm, but to the world above. With her arrival, his kingdom changed. Softer, perhaps. Sharper, certainly. And when she left, he waited. When she returned, he welcomed her without question. He understood cycles. He governed them. Sleep now. Let the river Styx flow quietly past. Let the mists of asphodel swirl like dreams. Let Cerberus lie at the gates, one head snoring, one half watching, and the other dreaming of bones. The king of the underworld is seated still, his bident at rest. And though all things pass, he endures. It began, as such things often do, with a flower. Not just any flower, mind you. This was a narcissus. Not the kind admired by vain young men leaning over reflective pools, but the kind that didn't belong. Too bright for the season, too symmetrical. Fragrant in a way that suggested meddling. It grew in the middle of an otherwise ordinary meadow like an afterthought planted by fate. It should have been a warning, but Kore, daughter of Demeter, had not yet learned to be suspicious. She was not yet Persephone, queen of the underworld. She was still the maiden, the blossom gatherer, the girl in spring. She had risen early that morning, as she often did when the dew was still thick on the grass, and the air was soft with birdsong. Her companions, the oceanids, nymphs of the sea and running streams, fluttered around her like errant butterflies. Woven baskets looped over their arms. Their laughter echoed through the valley like wind chimes in a temple courtyard. They bent to pick crocuses, hyacinths, irises, all the usual suspects. And then Kore saw the narcissus. It stood a little apart, as if waiting. She stepped toward it, basket on her arm, skirts brushing the wet grass, and the earth split open. Now it didn't happen dramatically, not in the theatrical sense. No cracks zigzagged toward the horizon, no screams, no apocalypse. The Greeks, who appreciated good symbolism, preferred subtlety. The earth yawned open with slow precision, like a door carefully unlatched, and from it emerged a chariot, dark as volcanic glass, drawn by 4 black horses, their hooves hissing against stone, and their breath curling white in the morning air. Hades, king of the underworld, sat at the reins. He did not look monstrous. No horns, no fiery eyes. He was grave, still, composed, like an ancient law carved into stone. A god of order, not chaos, and he reached for her. Some say he seized her. Others claim she barely resisted, that she hesitated, that her hand trembled but didn't pull back. Whatever the truth, Kor vanished, drawn into the chariot. The earth closed behind her like a sigh, leaving only a flutter of petals. The meadow was silent, the narcissus remained. Now, what happened next depends on who's telling the story. To some, this was abduction. To others, it was initiation. The ancient Greeks often blurred the line between marriage and conquest. In many wedding rituals, the bride was taken from her family home, a ceremonial abduction echoing the divine precedent. In this sense, Kor's descent wasn't only a kidnapping, it was a rite of passage. Back on the surface, Demeter knew something was wrong. Mothers do, she called for her daughter. No answer. She asked the nymphs, who wrung their hands and avoided her gaze. She searched the fields, the mountains, the coastlines. With torches in both hands, she wandered through the night, disguised as an old woman. The goddess of grain became a grieving stranger, knocking on doors, questioning the wind. Days passed, then weeks, then months, and the world began to change. Demeter's absence from Olympus went largely unremarked at first. Gods were often moody, but mortals began to notice something far worse. The crops stopped growing, the earth hardened, fruit withered, the fields lay barren. Winter, not as a season but as a consequence, descended. Temples emptied, sacrifices ceased. Humanity, faced with starvation, had no breath left for praise. And so the gods grew uneasy. Mortals were their lifeblood, worshippers, builders of temples, singers of hymns. If the humans perished, so too would their influence. Zeus, as usual, had a hand in the mess. He had, it seems, sanctioned Hades' abduction of Kor. A quiet arrangement between brothers. A convenient way to marry off a daughter without all the social fuss. Now he regretted it. With the world wilting and Demeter refusing to relent, he sent Hermes, swift-footed, quick-witted, to negotiate. Down to the underworld the messenger flew, passing the gates of shadow, past the barking of Cerberus, through corridors lined with bones and silence. There, in the heart of Hades' realm, sat Kor. But she was not Kor anymore. She had changed. The underworld does that. It doesn't corrupt, it clarifies. Down there, masks are removed. Pretenses rot away. What remains is essence. And what remained in her was strength. Hades had given her a throne, a realm, a name, Persephone. He treated her not as a captive, but a queen. Gave her power. Offered her a crown of jet and garnet. And she, in return, brought spring into shadow. Her present softening even the edges of death. She was no longer a flower picker. She was a ruler. When Hermes arrived, she did not rise eagerly, nor did she weep. She listened. The message, return, or the world above will perish. Her reply, she would go. And yet, as she rose, a complication emerged, quite literally. Hades asked, in a voice quieter than usual, if she had eaten anything during her stay. She hesitated, and then admitted yes, a handful of pomegranate seeds, 6 to be precise. In Greek thought, this was no small thing. Eating the food of the dead bound you to the realm, symbolically, ritually, eternally. Why did she eat them? Scholars debate. Some say Hades tricked her. Others believe it was an accident. Still others, and they tend to be the quietest, suspect she did it on purpose, to ensure she could return? Whatever the truth, a compromise was struck. Persephone would spend part of the year above with her mother and part below with her husband. 6 months of growth, 6 of sleep. Thus were the seasons born. But let's return for a moment to the girl in the meadow. When Kor reached for that flower, she wasn't just beginning a myth. She was enacting a ritual. The Greeks saw this story not just as entertainment, but as instruction. In the Eleusinian mysteries, secret rites held outside Athens, initiates learned the tale of Demeter and Persephone as a sacred truth. What happened in those rites remains unknown. The participants swore oaths, and remarkably they kept them. But the purpose was clear: to understand death not as an end, but as a journey. Persephone was the guide, the maiden who went down and returned. Changed, yes, but not lost. She taught that descent is not always defeat, that darkness can be survived, and that transformation, though painful, can be divine. Even today her name lingers. Persephone, she who brings destruction. Or perhaps she who brings light through shadow. A paradox wrapped in a crown. She is spring and shadow, flower and queen, death and renewal. In the myth's quietest moments, we find its sharpest truths. Persephone, sitting on her throne, fingers stained red from pomegranate. Demeter, pressing seeds into the furrows of a frozen field. Hermes, walking between worlds, whistling through his teeth. Even Hades, alone on his obsidian dais, holding both love and silence in his hands. This was no simple tale of abduction. It was a map, a guide for navigating life's underworlds. We all go down, eventually, into grief, into uncertainty, into change. What matters is how and whether we come back. Persephone did. Every spring, the earth remembers. The buds unfurl. The wheat begins to rise. The narcissus blooms again, suspiciously early. And Demeter, for a time, smiles. Because the story is not a tragedy. It is a cycle, a rhythm. It is, in its own strange way, a comfort. The Greeks knew something we forget, that even the gods pass through shadow. That descent does not mean abandonment. That rebirth requires loss. And that sometimes the line between girl and queen is drawn in seeds and silence. Sleep now. Let the field settle. Let the earth rest. Let the horses gallop beneath the soil. Let the goddess turn her face to the sun. She will go down again, but not today. Today she walks, and the world blooms behind her. The day Persephone vanished, the world began to lose colour. Not all at once, not dramatically, but subtly. The grass held its green a little less brightly. The flowers, those lavish gifts of Demeter's goodwill, drooped as if uncertain of their own purpose. Somewhere a harvest failed quietly. Somewhere else another. And then another. The rhythm of the earth was shifting, but it would take days before mortals noticed, and even longer before the gods began to worry. Demeter noticed at once. She always did. She felt it not with her divine senses, but in that ancient, unexplainable way a mother knows. She felt it in the air when Kor was not where she ought to be, and no whisper of her footfall echoed through the meadows. The girl's laughter no longer skipped across the olive groves. Something had gone wrong. The gods, as they often did, remained silent. Demeter waited for an answer that never came. So she descended into the realm of mortals, not as a deity astride golden clouds, but in disguise, cloaked in grief. Her bare feet touched the same soil that farmers tilled and children played on, and it no longer responded to her presence. It remained silent. The wind did not bow to her. The wheat did not lean in curiosity. The ground was sullen, holding its secrets. For 9 days she wandered. No food passed her lips. No rest came to her eyes. She carried torches, one in each hand, moving through dusk and dawn as though time itself had lost meaning. She scoured valleys, haunted orchards, called to rivers and trees, even asked the wind, "Where is my daughter?" But the world said nothing. The world knew, and it kept its silence. There are accounts that she came upon Hecate, the goddess of crossroads and thresholds, and together they turned to Helios, the sun, for clarity. And the sun, always watching, reluctantly spoke. It was Hades, the lord of the underworld, who had taken Persephone with Zeus's quiet approval. The sky had bargained away the spring to the dark beneath the earth. Demeter, upon hearing this, did not rage in fire or storm. Her fury was colder, it was withdrawal. She turned inward, and the earth followed. She travelled to Eleusis, a small town near the Aegean coast, a humble place with farmers and wells, and nothing particularly divine about it. She sat by a well in the guise of an old woman. She called herself Doso. Her face was veiled, her posture weary. And yet, even cloaked in sorrow, she drew attention. The daughters of the local king, Celeus, found her there and, taking pity, invited her into their home. There, Doso was made nursemaid to the king's infant son, Demophoon. She loved him, as only someone who had lost a child could. She decided to make him immortal, not out of arrogance or a desire to interfere with mortal affairs, but from grief. Her method, however, was unconventional. Each night she anointed the baby with ambrosia, the food of the gods, and placed him into the hearth fire, the way one might temper steel. Fire, in her view, would burn away his mortality, make him strong, pure, ageless. On the night it nearly worked, the queen walked in. The sight of her child in the flames provoked the expected response: screams, panic, accusation. Demeter, startled from her work, rose and revealed herself in divine glory. The veil fell. Her form blazed golden and terrible, and the walls of the palace shook with her voice. She told them who she was. She demanded they build her a temple, and so they did. Demeter took up residence in this temple and refused to let the world grow. This was her protest. No wheat sprouted. No barley ripened. No olive tree bore fruit. The vines shriveled, the soil cracked, the rivers receded into brooding silence. Animals, sensing the famine, thinned and scattered. Offerings to the gods ceased. Altars stood cold. The temples of Olympus, once fragrant with incense and full of song, grew quiet. The humans had nothing left to give. The gods noticed finally. Zeus, alarmed, sent emissaries. Iris, fleet-footed and luminous, carried words of comfort and negotiation. Demeter refused. Hermes, ever the smooth-tongued messenger, followed. Still no, she would not return the earth to its rhythm until her daughter was returned to her. It became clear to all the gods that this was not merely a maternal tantrum. This was the world grinding to a halt. Demeter held the heartbeat of the land, and she had placed her hand over its pulse. Unless Kor came back, mortals would die. And if mortals died, who would tend the altars? Who would worship the gods? Zeus begrudgingly relented. He sent Hermes to the underworld to retrieve Persephone. Meanwhile, Persephone had changed. In those shadowed halls, something in her had matured. She walked the corridors with measured step. She sat beside Hades in silence, sometimes speaking, sometimes not. She had eaten of the pomegranate, not out of hunger, not out of rebellion, but out of something more subtle. Curiosity, perhaps. Or perhaps acceptance. She ate 6 seeds, They were small, red, bittersweet. They glistened like garnets and burst between her teeth with the taste of inevitability. In the underworld, food is never just food. To eat is to stay. To taste is to belong. That was the rule. When Hermes arrived, Persephone rose to greet him. Her steps echoed in the stone chamber. She smiled, but her smile was thoughtful. She knew why he had come. Hades stood beside her. He said little. He did not plead. He simply said that Persephone had eaten of his realm, that she was no longer a visitor. She was part of it. A compromise was reached, a division of time. For 6 months of the year, Persephone would dwell in the light with her mother, and for 6 months she would return to the shadows and rule beside Hades. This was not punishment, it was balance. When Persephone returned to the surface, Demeter ran to her. The reunion was not quiet. The ground itself bloomed. Trees burst into leaf. Rivers swelled with fresh current. Birds sang wildly. Grains pushed through the earth as if pulled by joy itself. But when Demeter learned of the seeds, her joy dimmed slightly. There would be separation. Again and again, every year. Spring and summer would be hers. Autumn and winter would take her away. The wheel would turn. The earth would sleep and wake, over and over, with the cycle of a mother's sorrow and a daughter's return. This, the ancients said, is how we got the seasons. It was not merely an agricultural myth. It was an emotional truth. Loss is cyclical. Absence returns. Grief, once planted, does not vanish. It changes shape, becomes ritual, becomes weather. At Eleusis, where Demeter had mourned, a new tradition began. The Eleusinian Mysteries. A secret rite. A festival to honour the descent and return of Persephone. Those who took part in the mysteries were promised a deeper understanding of life and death. They fasted. They walked from Athens to Eleusis by torchlight. They whispered secrets, passed objects, drank sacred brews, saw things that could not be written down. The rites were never fully revealed. Not once in all the centuries they endured. Even the Roman emperors, even Christian polemicists could not pry them open. But what we do know is this: those who emerged from the mysteries no longer feared death. To know Demeter's grief and Persephone's return was to know something eternal. A rhythm that went beyond tombstones and pyres. A rhythm that said, nothing is gone forever. In this myth, Demeter is not the goddess of crops alone. She is the goddess of waiting, of mourning, of empty places at the table, of rooms gone quiet. She is the guardian of grief, and in that role, she is perhaps more comforting than all the others. She does not demand cheerfulness. She does not offer false hope. She waits, and in her waiting, the earth finds meaning. Persephone too becomes something else. No longer Core, the maiden. She is a queen now, not by crown, but by journey. She has gone where few would willingly tread, and returned. That is her power. She is not the helpless daughter. She is the bridge between above and below. She is descent and return, loss and reunion, stillness and motion. The myth endures because it reflects something we all know. That love, even divine love, cannot shield us from loss. That there is a time for blooming and a time for going underground. That we must all, at some point, eat the pomegranate seeds and learn to live in more than one world. And so the world withers and then revives. The fields go bare and then bloom. The wheel turns, the sun tilts. The silence of winter becomes the whisper of spring. Even now, if you listen, you can hear it. The rustle of stalks breaking through snow. The sigh of Demeter watching the road. The echo of a torchlit procession heading back to the surface. sleep now. Not as the dead sleep, but as Persephone does, knowing that you will return, that the dark is not the end, but part of the pattern, that even below the earth, things still stir. And if you dream tonight of torchlight and flowers, of grain and stone, know that you've walked a path that's been walked for thousands of years, slowly, steadily, in silence, and always home again. Imagine a world beneath your feet, dark, still, vast. A world without wind or weather, where rivers flow in silence and stones absorb time like ink on parchment. This is the realm of the underworld, the domain of Hades. And it is here that Persephone, once called the Maiden, must now adapt. We have seen her thrust into this shadowed kingdom by her mother's grief and her husband's will. We have heard of her eating the pomegranate seeds, binding her fate to darkness. Now, let us step inside the house of Hades and walk through its silent halls with her. Persephone's first moments beneath the earth were filled with disorientation. One moment, she stood beneath a bloom-laden sky. The next, she fell through darkness into a stillness so deep it seemed to swallow even the notion of sound. When she came to, she found herself in a vast hall of black marble, column stretching upward into unseen shadow. The air was cool but not cold. It felt like standing near a river at night, enveloped in calm, subdued depth. The faint glow of torchlight reflected off polished stone, illuminating silent corridors that stretched like veins into the earth. In that moment, she understood how different this place was. There were no birds singing, no wind in the leaves, no sunlight or shadows dancing. Instead, there was quiet, an almost living hush that pressed gently against her ears and held her thoughts. Hades did not greet her with ceremony or fanfare. He stood in the hall, quiet and composed, when she emerged from her descent. His cloak was dark as storm-tossed night. His expression reserved, not hostile. There was sadness in his eyes, but also firmness. He offered her a seat upon a throne carved of onyx. The seat's back was high and straight, its arms cool under her fingers. There were no cushions for comfort here. This was a place of solemnity after all. In that austere moment, he spoke her name, Persephone. A breath of air passed between them, a recognition. He was her husband, she was his queen, a pact had been made. He saw not a frightened girl, but someone who had eaten seeds from his table. Someone bound to this realm, and yet not yet fully fledged. She had power here, but she also carried absence, for she could no longer fully claim either kingdom. Hades led her through the underworld, first to the Hall of Judgment, where shades stood and waited. Some edged along in silence. Others murmured softly to each other, perhaps exchanging news of mortality's illusions. Still more drifted like memories without faces or names. They stood before the judges, Minos, Rhadamanthus, Aeacus, stern but not cruel. If they had cares about accuracy, it would show only in small things. A furrow of concern, a tilting of head, a nod of solemn acquiescence. Persephone watched, uneasy. The dead were not alive, but they were present. Much more present than she had been above. Gradually, she understood this realm was not a prison. It was an afterlife of shapes and memories. No flowers but echoes. No laughter but recollection. No storms but inevitability. Hades showed her the underworld's rivers. They were few in number but vast in implication. Styx, where oaths were cemented. Its black waters flowed still, shimmering under torchlight. Hades told her no vow made on its banks could be broken, not even by gods. Lethe, the river of forgetfulness. He explained that some souls drifted through it to forget their mortal lives, though most clung to memory, as if it were the only proof of their existence. Acheron, river of pain and grief, quiet now, but heard in your bones as a low, sorrowful current. Phlegethon, a river of fire. Not for those who swam in it, but for those who had transgressed so deeply that even remembrance could not reach them. Cocytus, the river of lamentation, where shades wept silently, their tears falling into mirrors of regret. Persephone stood at each bank, dipping a finger, feeling the truth of each river pressing into her consciousness. They were not threats, they were records. At the threshold of deeper chambers, she encountered Cerberus, the three-headed hound. He lay sleeping across the entrance, heads resting on paws, one eye half open, another closed, another blinking drowsily. He did not threaten her. He merely sighed, a low rumble echoing through the corridor. 3 heads, 3 visions. Past, present, future, or, perhaps, memory, duty, and destiny. Persephone paused, placing a gentle hand on the fur of one head. The dog stirred, sniffed, then surrendered to sleep again. There was no gatekeeping beyond that. The dog was not guardian of prisoners, but keeper of order. It was then she realised, in the underworld, barriers existed not to keep her in, but to keep chaos out. She was learning that restraint was not cruelty, it was balance. One evening, Hades invited her to dine, not on sumptuous feasts, but share in the daily rituals of rulership. A marble table was set, each place laid with simple silverware. Wine was poured, dark, potent, subtly sweet. Bread was offered, dense and plain. Olives, figs preserved in honey, and small dishes of barley steeped in herbs. There was no conversation at first. They sat across from each other, each alone with their thoughts. In the silence, Hades spoke. "This is your first banquet as my queen. The dead eat no more, but the living must." She offered him a seed of pomegranate, 2 halves, one for above, one for below. He declined, but turned it over in his hand, a silent symbol of shared duty. They ate. She found the taste comforting in its earthiness. Not sweetness, not bitterness. Something between something calm, something real. There, in that quiet hall beneath the earth, she realised it was not only about being taken, it was also about being chosen. In time, Persephone began performing rituals of her own. She walked the corridors daily, stopping before small altars to Hecate, the Furies, and Tartarus's thresholds. She poured libations, wine, water, honey, after her morning returns from the surface. Each ritual was a statement. I remember. I respect. I accept. She sprinkled black poppy petals on the floor, symbol of sleep and death, in small bowls at each altar, and let them spread in delicate patterns. The poppy was a reminder of endurance, of rest, of the necessary stillness of endings. In the torchlit gloom, her figure was reflected in obsidian relief, quiet, composed, transformatively regal. It was not long before shades approached her for judgment or solace. A mother whose child died too soon. A scholar whose knowledge was forgotten. A soldier who felt no honour in death. They knelt before her. She listened. She offered soft words. The shades called her Queen Persephone, their voice ghost-soft, echoing like wind in empty halls. She accepted each petition, offering empathy, not pity precisely, but presence. Hades, watching from his seat, seemed no less ruler for this. He observed quietly. Occasionally he spoke, reminding them, justice, not pity. The two of them together, stillness and memory, order and mercy, shaped the underworld. Persephone's arrival did not soften Hades. It completed him. Weeks turned into months. The seasons passed overhead, felt in her absence and presence. She spent half the year above, spring and summer, singing with Demeter, tending the barley, letting flowers bloom around her skirts. And half the year below, autumn and winter, seated beside Hades, judging, listening, maintaining boundary and order. The underworld did not bring her joy in a conventional sense, but it offered purpose. It offered understanding. It offered a deeper self. As she grew into her role, a sovereign in darkness, her shape changed. Her robes were trimmed with silver. Her crown of flowers became a circlet of obsidian. Her laugh was softer, quieter, spent in private chambers perhaps, but still there. Now, as we near sleep's edge, we see Persephone not as a lost maiden, nor a captive, nor a tragic figure. We see her as a mediator, someone who exists between worlds, someone who remembers both sunlight and shadow. In the house of Hades, she is more than queen. She is a covenant, a living promise that life and death need not be enemies, but partners in a grand design. She has bound herself to darkness, yet learned its purpose. She has tasted what lies below, yet kept her roots above. In that balance lies the true heart of her story. Sleep now, dear listener. Imagine the faint echo of footsteps in a marble hall. A soft torch glowing, never blazing. A queen seated not in splendour, but in quiet authority. A realm that endures, not in noise, but in deep, slow resilience. For it is only by entering the underworld that we can understand the full measure of our days above. In stories, it's always something small that changes everything. A misplaced whisper, a dropped letter, a forgotten promise, or, in this case, a pomegranate seed. Not even a full fruit, mind you. Just 6 of its red, glistening seeds. That's all it took to alter the path of gods and mortals alike. They were juicy, bittersweet little things. Slightly tart, oddly fragrant, bursting with colour and consequence. And when Persephone ate them, whether by accident or curiosity or quiet resolve, she did something the gods could not undo. To understand why such a tiny act could bind a goddess, you must understand what food meant in the ancient world, not only to the living, but to the dead. Eating was never just a matter of sustenance, it was a declaration. To eat in a place was to accept its laws. To share bread was to establish trust. To take a bite was, in a way, to sign a contract, especially in the realm of Hades. In the mortal world, guests were protected by rules of hospitality. Zeus himself presided over such matters. To feed someone was to make them part of your household, even for a moment. In the underworld, that custom became even more binding. There was no casual snacking in the land of the dead. To consume was to commit. And Persephone, knowingly or not, crossed a threshold. The pomegranate was not chosen at random. Of all fruits, it carried layers of meaning. To the Greeks, it was a symbol of fertility and death all at once. A fruit of blood-red colour, bursting with seeds that promised new life, yet closed inside a shell like a tomb. It ripened late in the season, a herald of autumn. Its presence in myth was never casual. Some say Persephone was tricked, that Hades offered the seeds when he learned she might leave. Others suggest she took them of her own volition. No one quite agrees. The Homeric hymn to Demeter claims she was given them secretly. Later versions grant her more agency, hinting she made a choice, perhaps to remain, Perhaps to ensure her independence from her mother. Perhaps simply because she had grown used to the silence of the underworld and no longer feared it. Whatever the truth, the effect was the same. She became part of the realm below. She had tasted its food, and so she belonged to it. The gods of Olympus may have argued about justice and motherhood and divine protocol, but the underworld abided by older rules, older than the Olympians themselves. When Demeter learned of this, her joy at Persephone's return dimmed. She embraced her daughter, wept into her hair, held her as though to anchor her to the soil. But Persephone could not stay. She had been claimed by what she had eaten, not by chains, not by force, but by seed and ritual. Demeter raged, then wept, then bargained. A compromise was forged, hammered out like bronze on divine anvils. Persephone would spend a part of the year below, part above. 6 months in the land of the dead. 6 months in the arms of her mother. Thus began the seasons. When Persephone returned each spring, Demeter allowed the fields to bloom. The world stirred. Crops pushed up from the soil, reaching for the sun. The air warmed, birds sang, the winds danced. But when Persephone descended again, the earth grieved. Leaves fell, days shortened. The harvest was gathered in final tribute. Winter was the waiting. The ancients believed this story explained not only the cycle of agriculture, but also something deeper. They saw in the seed a metaphor for human fate. All of us, they believed, eat something of the underworld before our time. We taste sorrow, or loss, or longing. And in that moment we become dual beings, creatures of both light and shadow, bound to joy and to the inevitable pull of endings. Persephone's 6 seeds were not just a legal tether, they were the moment of her transformation. No longer called a maiden, no longer merely a daughter. She was now someone who had seen both sides of existence. She became, in a sense, the first to die and yet not remain among the dead. She went willingly to the realm where no god chose to dwell, and she returned. And that made her more powerful than before. Even among mortals, the idea that what you eat can define you is ancient. There were foods reserved for sacred rituals, foods avoided in mourning, foods used to mark passage from one life stage to another. To abstain or to consume was never neutral. It always meant something. The Greeks fasted during mourning and broke the fast to honour the return of the soul. Wine was poured to honour the dead. Bread was broken to celebrate the living. The Eleusinian mysteries, those sacred rites held in honour of Demeter and Persephone, were built around this idea. The initiates fasted, then drank a sacred barley drink called kykeon. It was no delicacy, grain, mint, water. But in its simplicity, it echoed the agricultural rhythm of the world. They symbolically reenacted Persephone's journey, descending into darkness and emerging again, changed. Even in the Roman period, the symbolism of food in funerary practices endured. Offerings were placed in graves. Feasts were held near tombs. There was a belief that the dead hungered, not for meat or fruit, but for memory, for communion. The act of eating near the grave was a way of including the departed in the life they had left. In the pomegranate, the ancients saw all this. The sweet ache of remembrance, the promise of return, the price of experience. The image of Persephone, seated in the underworld, red juice staining her fingers, is not one of defeat. It is one of complexity. She is not mourning. She is not rejoicing. She is simply becoming. The underworld is not cruel to her. It is still deliberate, ancient. In it, she finds not punishment, but purpose. Hades himself is a quiet figure in this moment. No longer the abductor, he is the keeper of law. He does not gloat, does not leer, does not restrain her. He reminds her, perhaps gently, perhaps gravely, that to eat here is to stay. He speaks not as a husband, but as a ruler. The contract is made not with him, but with the realm itself. She cannot be unbound. She can only divide her time. Even among the gods this pact held. Zeus, mighty as he was, could not overrule the food of the dead. No thunderbolt could strike the seeds from her stomach. What had been consumed remained consumed. What had been joined could not be unjoined. This was not a punishment, but a principle, one that even Olympus respected. In some later versions of the myth, Persephone's 6 months are not a punishment, but a duty. She goes below not as a prisoner, but as a queen. She chooses to rule beside Hades, to govern the realm of the dead with wisdom and compassion. Her time above becomes renewal. Her time below becomes reflection. The pomegranate seed becomes not a shackle, but a crown. The act of eating itself becomes a rite of passage. Before the seed, she was passive. After, she acts. Before things happen to her. After, she makes things happen. The fruit is a hinge upon which the myth turns. In daily life, the ancients understood this instinctively. Meals were not merely nourishment. They were moments of decision. Sharing a loaf of bread, a cup of wine, could mark the beginning of alliances or betrayals. Contracts were sealed with salt. Oaths were made over meals. Even now, when we eat with someone, there is a kind of ritual involved, an unspoken agreement of presence, of attention, of recognition. In the myth, the pomegranate is all these things: a sacrament, a surrender, a seal. And what of Persephone herself? Did she regret it? Did she savour the seeds? We are not told. The myths do not speak of her feelings in great detail. They leave space. They allow for silence. But there is something deeply human in the image of a young woman, surrounded by gods and laws and expectations, making a small, irreversible choice. One act, one taste, and then everything changes. In that moment, she aligns herself not with Olympus, but with the rhythm of the world. She chooses not to remain untouched, but to be shaped. The seeds enter her mouth, and she becomes someone who knows both life and death. Someone who carries spring in one hand and autumn in the other. Even today, pomegranates are offered on altars to the dead, their seeds scattered on graves, their juice poured in remembrance. The fruit remains a quiet symbol, not flashy, not boastful, but steady. A reminder of a deal made in silence, a gesture that echoes across millennia. As you drift now, deeper into stillness, imagine Persephone seated on a dark throne, torchlight flickering on stone walls. In her hand a split pomegranate. Its seeds glint like drops of garnet. She holds it without fear. She knows what it means. She has made her peace with its taste. There is no tragedy here, only balance. 6 seeds, 6 months, 6 gestures of becoming. The world turns. The shadows lengthen. The spring waits. Sleep. There are few who walk the boundary. Fewer still who belong to both sides of a line and yet are trapped by neither. Persephone, the daughter of sky and earth, became something more than either intended. Shpi became a hinge between worlds, a queen in sunlight and a queen in shadow. Her power, strangely enough, did not lie in violence or divine spectacle. It lay in passage, in her ability to descend and return, to rule one world while never forgetting the other. The ancients never imagined their gods as all-seeing or all-loving. They imagined them as powerful, yes, but tangled, capable of beauty, rage, jealousy, and quiet acts of grace. Persephone's reign is not marked by thunderbolts or songs of conquest. It is marked by seasons, by cycles, by patience. She governs the underworld not as a tyrant, but as a presence, unshaken, still, familiar with sorrow but unbroken by it. Her realm is not just one of death. It is of memory, of judgment, of quiet continuance. Persephone's court has no trumpet fanfare, no marble steps dusted with rose petals. Her throne is carved from obsidian and polished until it gleams like still water. The torchlight plays along its surface, casting reflections that flicker like thoughts half remembered. She does not sit in isolation. Hades is beside her, though rarely does he speak unless he must. This is her domain as much as his, and perhaps more. She learned its contours over time, not quickly, not in a day. First, she observed, the way the shades moved or didn't, how the rivers whispered and the stones remembered. She watched the judges weigh souls and wondered what made one life nobler than another. She heard the weeping near Lethe and the silence near the gates of Tartarus. There were patterns here. There were rules older than Olympus. She came to understand that the underworld was not a place of punishment by default. It was a place of reckoning, a place of truths that could not be silenced. Here the past did not vanish. It echoed, and she listened. Over time, the shades came to her not with cries for justice, but with questions. A soldier wondering if his cause had mattered. A mother searching for a child lost in a plague. A poet who feared his words had died with him. She did not always answer. Sometimes she simply sat with them. Sometimes she reached out her hand and offered stillness. They called her queen not out of fear, but out of recognition. She was not one of them, but she had walked where they now walked. She had eaten of the same fruit. She understood. Her presence brought a change, not in the geography of the underworld, but in its texture. Where once there had only been resignation, now there was ritual. The dead began to mark her arrival. They lit oil lamps in her honour. They traced her name on urns. They placed poppy seeds at the mouths of caves, hoping to gain her attention. She did not demand worship, yet they gave it. And yet, her reign was not unbroken. Each year, when the time came, she rose again. The first breath above ground was always sharp, too bright, too noisy, too alive. But then she would hear her mother's voice and the earth would begin to move. Demeter would greet her with tears and barley offerings. The fields which had lain dormant would stir. Shoots of green would push upward, tentative and then joyful. The air would carry warmth again. Animals would emerge from hollows. Birds would sing not out of habit but out of recognition. Persephone had returned, and the world knew it. Above ground, she was not merely a daughter restored. She was an embodiment of renewal. Her steps across the land were marked by blossoms. Not lavish, artificial ones, but delicate wildflowers, pushing through soil, leaning toward her with reverence. She spent time among the olive groves, the orchards, the grain fields. Not because she needed to, but because it was part of the rhythm. She brought with her the memory of stillness, and with it a deeper appreciation of life. Mortals told stories of spotting her in spring, hair dark as night, crown made not of gold, but woven herbs and petals, walking with bare feet through a grove. She rarely spoke, but when she did, Her words had weight. She never wasted them on pleasantries. She asked how the harvests fared. She listened to songs. She blessed marriages and births. She smiled at bees. And yet she never stayed. There was always the return, 6 months only. Then the seed would call her back. Not loudly, not cruelly. Just a quiet gravity in her chest. A knowing. The way autumn begins with a breeze that smells of endings. No one forced her to go. She simply understood that balance demanded it. Each descent became a ritual. She would walk to the edge of a cave. The air would grow cooler. She would pause, then step in. The darkness would close behind her, not like a trap, but like a door that had waited. Hades never greeted her with fanfare. Sometimes he was at the gate, sometimes in the hall. He never asked questions. He simply extended his hand. She would take it, not always warmly, but always deliberately. He was not her captor now. He was her counterpart. He ruled the bones. She ruled the memory. Their court became known for quiet justice. Not mercy necessarily, but understanding. The souls who came there did not expect pardon, but they expected fairness. Persephone saw them as they were, and as they had been. She did not forget. She kept a garden, even underground. Not of roses or lilies, but of asphodel, poppies, and pale narcissus. Flowers that did not need sunlight. They grew in silence, fed by memory. She tended them herself. No nymphs, no servants. Just her and the soil. Sometimes she would pluck a flower and place it on the path of a wandering soul. A sign. No one quite knew what it meant, but it mattered. The other gods did not interfere. They kept their thrones, their dramas, their temples. Persephone rarely visited Olympus. She did not seek grandeur. She had no chariot of lightning, no spear of war. Her power was quieter, more enduring. When mortals prayed to her, they did so not with shouts but with whispers. They prayed to her for peace in death, for dreams of loved ones lost, for strength to endure winter, for the safe return of what was precious. In the Eleusinian mysteries, she was honoured alongside Demeter. The initiates walked in torchlit silence, enacting the descent and the return. They drank the sacred barley drink and waited for the moment when light returned. What they saw, they never said, but they emerged changed. They no longer feared death. That, they said, was Persephone's gift. Her story did not end in triumph or tragedy. It continued quietly across centuries. Artists painted her not always in darkness, but in twilight. Poets spoke of her not as a victim, but as a presence. A queen not of one realm, but of two. And what of her feelings? Did she love Hades? Did she long for the surface? The myths leave space. They do not say. Perhaps she grew fond of him. Perhaps not. Perhaps she was content to belong only to herself. What is clear is this. She made the underworld bearable. Not by softening its edges, but by honouring its truths. She did not turn it into Olympus beneath the ground. She preserved its silence, its reflection, its dignity. She became the face the dead saw last, and the name the living whispered first when the cold set in. They did not fear her, they turned to her. Even now, some say, she walks the boundaries. A shadow across a garden path, a flicker in a mirror, a presence behind a dream. She is neither wholly here nor there. She is transition itself. In autumn, as the leaves curl and the air turns sharp, we remember her descent. In spring, as the earth thaws and the birds return, we remember her return. In between, we live, and in living, we echo her rhythm. Persephone teaches us that to walk between is not weakness, it is wisdom. That change is not failure, it is growth. That you can belong to darkness without losing your light. And that the crown you wear does not have to gleam, it only has to endure. So sleep now. Let your thoughts walk quiet paths, past stone gates and pale flowers. Let Persephone guide you, not into silence, but into stillness. Not into forgetting, but into remembrance. She is there, waiting, not as a warning, but as a promise, that nothing is final, that return is always possible, that two worlds can be held in one hand, and one heart can hold both sun and shadow. Close your eyes. You are walking beside her, and she is not afraid. At the edge of Athens, where the dust of the city gave way to the rolling hills of Eleusis, there was once a silence not born of emptiness, but of reverence. It was a place set apart. Fields grew golden with barley and wheat, but it was not the grain that made the ground sacred. It was the memory of a goddess who once wept there, of a mother who searched, of a daughter who vanished and returned, of death and what might lie beyond it. This was the heart of the Eleusinian mysteries. For over 1,000 years, people came, not just the poor and the pious, but emperors and philosophers, generals and slaves. All walked the same dusty road from Athens to Eleusis under torchlight. All bore offerings. All entered in silence. No one was exempt. No one was elevated. Once within the rites, all were equal, equally ignorant, equally expectant, equally human. They were not told what they would see. They were only told that what they saw, they could never speak of. The mysteries were centered around Demeter and Persephone. Their story of loss, descent, and return was not merely recited. It was enacted. Not as theatre, but as transformation. To take part was not to watch, but to pass through something. A ritual, yes, but more than that. A pattern lived again and again by each generation. It began with preparation. For 9 days the initiates fasted. They bathed in the sea. They purified themselves with smoke and silence. They abstained from certain foods, beans perhaps or fish. They donned simple robes, pale linen tied at the waist. They carried sacred objects, sometimes wrapped in bundles no one could open. These things were not decorative. They were thresholds, small doorways to something unspoken. On the appointed day, they gathered in Athens and began the walk to Eleusis. It was not a long journey, but it was done with deliberation. They moved as a body, as one long thread winding across the land, each step an echo of Demeter's own search. Torches held high, feet stirring dust, voices low or silent. The road wound through sacred sites, shrines, springs, olive groves. Along the way, jokes were permitted, even laughter. A strange detail, perhaps, for so sombre a rite. But the ancients understood that reverence did not always mean solemnity. Sometimes laughter was part of the mystery. When they arrived, they entered the telesterion, the hall of initiation. It was a vast stone building, simple in design, with a dark interior and thick columns. Here, under heavy beams, the heart of the mystery unfolded. But what exactly happened inside, no one ever wrote down. Not clearly, not fully. What little we know comes from whispers, fragments, sidelong glances in other texts. It was not for the curious outsider. It was for those who had walked the path. Some say they were shown a stalk of grain. Others say there was a light, a sudden blinding flash in the dark. Some speak of sacred words whispered, of a fire kindled from no visible source. Still others mention a reenactment of Persephone's return, but all agree on one thing: those who came out were changed. Plato himself, no stranger to abstraction, hinted that those who had seen the mysteries no longer feared death, not because they were promised eternal life, but because they understood something deeper. That death was not the end. That beneath the soil something stirred. That loss was not annihilation, but passage. The rites followed the pattern of the myth. Fasting mirrored Demeter's sorrow. The walk mirrored her search. The darkness of the telesterion mirrored Persephone's time below. And the final revelation, whatever it was, mirrored her return. The initiates did not simply learn the story, they became it. Their bodies moved through its shapes. Their breath aligned with its rhythms. They descended, they waited, and they rose. The symbolism was layered. Barley, for instance, was not just a crop, it was Demeter's gift. The kykion, the barley drink consumed during the rites, was no mere refreshment. It was sacred. Earthly, slightly bitter, grain, mint, water, humble ingredients stirred with memory. To drink it was to join the old cycle: seed, soil, growth, harvest, rest. The torch was sacred too, not only as light, but as guide. Demeter had searched with twin torches in each hand. The initiates carried their own, not just to see, but to remember. Each flicker of flame was a memory made visible. Each step illuminated by borrowed grief. In sleep, one might imagine the telesterion. Its stone floor cool under bare feet. The air heavy with smoke, not of fire, but of incense. Hushed footsteps. A single flame in the centre. And a voice, not loud, but steady, telling a story you already know, but in a language older than thought. There were lesser and greater mysteries. The lesser, held earlier in the year, were preparation, a kind of rehearsal. The greater in the autumn were the true descent, the true crossing. Not everyone was permitted. Murderers were excluded. So too were those who could not speak Greek, for the rites relied on shared language. But wealth was not a barrier, nor gender. Slaves could attend. Women could attend. Even children if they were ready. In a world often carved by power, this was unusual. The mysteries were democratic in the oldest sense, not of voting, but of vision. All were invited to see, to feel, to understand. And yet they guarded their silence. No one broke the oath. The penalty, it was said, was death. But perhaps that wasn't the reason. Perhaps it was reverence. What they saw could not be spoken, not because it was forbidden, but because it was beyond the shape of words. The Romans adopted the rites, but they could not unravel them. Even emperors walked the road, carried the torches, drank the barley. Cicero wrote that they taught people how to live joyfully and die with hope. That's no small claim, coming from a man who trusted reason over myth. The temple stood for centuries, through war and plague and empire, and then, like all things, it fell. The Christian emperors saw the rites as a threat and shut them down. The telesterion was burned, the priests scattered. The secrets went underground, just like Persephone. But something lingers. Even now, some say, when the barley ripens just right, and the wind stirs the fields, and the dusk takes on that particular shade of violet, the memory of the mysteries returns. Not in grand visions, but in quiet knowing. In the sudden, inexplicable sense that there is more to grief than pain, more to death than absence, more to darkness than forgetting. In the end, the Eleusinian mysteries were not about theology. They were not creeds, they were not even doctrines, they were experiences. One stepped into a pattern and came out changed. It's easy to imagine it in sleep. You walked the path at night, torch flickering in your hand. Others beside you. Faces half lit, half shadowed. No one speaks. The road curves. The stones are warm from the day but cooling. Ahead, a doorway. A gate of no particular grandeur. Just a dark opening in a stone wall. You step inside. You breathe the scent of dust and barley. You hear a hush that feels ancient. Not silence exactly, but memory holding its breath. And somewhere, not seen but known, she waits, Persephone. Neither smiling nor frowning, not radiant, not shadowed, just present, a steady gaze, a nod, as if to say, yes, you understand now. You've walked the descent, you've kept the fast, you've tasted the bitterness, and still you are here. Then the light, not blinding, just enough. You emerge, changed, no thunder, no applause, just a feeling in your chest like a door gently closing, like the quiet of a room once full of voices, like the moment you wake and remember a dream, not fully, but enough. That was the Eleusinian mystery, a grain of truth planted in silence, a torch held steady in the dark, a descent walked with bare feet and open hands, a return promised, if not in life, then in the shape of it. And now, sleep, let the torches guide you. Let the dust of the path rise softly beneath your heels. Let the story unfold, not as something told, but something remembered. You are not alone. Others have walked here. Others will again. You are part of the rhythm now. You are part of the mystery. Close your eyes. The grain is growing. The goddess is watching. And spring waits quietly beneath the frost. For the ancient Greeks, the afterlife was not a paradise of angels and golden gates, nor was it a furnace of fire and brimstone. It was a quiet place. Not exactly comforting, but not deliberately cruel either. More bureaucratic than biblical, more misty than magnificent. The soul of a person, or psyche as they called it, was thought to drift away at death like a faint exhale, the final breath as the body collapsed and the spirit, thin as smoke, took its leave. They believed the soul did not vanish. It moved on somewhere, but not upward and not necessarily downward, just away, toward the west where the sun sets, toward the horizon, across a river, into another realm. But make no mistake, what came after death was not meant to be inspiring. For most Greeks, it was simply the next step in a long and largely impersonal journey. They imagined that once the body was buried, properly of course, with coin and ritual and lament, the soul began its voyage. It would arrive at the edge of the underworld and stand before a river, wide and slow, cloaked in a mist that never cleared. This was the river Styx, one of several rivers that encircled Hades' realm like concentric boundaries of memory and time. It was not to be crossed lightly. The dead would wait for Charon, the boatman. He did not wear a hood or carry a scythe. He was simply old, a little impatient, a little indifferent, like a public official who's been working the same station for centuries. He rowed a creaking bark across the Styx, but only for those who had proper burial rites. A coin, typically an obol, was placed beneath the tongue of the deceased, a fare for the journey. No coin, no passage. And so the unburied dead lingered along the shore, their forms flickering with unrest, their voices thin with longing. The Greeks feared this kind of death, not because it brought torment, but because it brought uncertainty. To be forgotten, to be left unburied was to wander eternally at the edge of the underworld, denied even the gloom of Hades' halls. It was not pain that frightened them, but being lost, unremembered. Those who crossed the river were not immediately judged. They first entered the realm of shadows, an echo of the living world but drained of colour, drained of urgency. Here, time did not pass as it did above. There were no clocks, no days, just the slow drift of souls, murmuring, recalling half-lived lives. The fields of asphodel stretched out before them, dotted with pale blossoms that never withered. This was the destination for most, the ordinary dead. Those who had lived without great virtue or great vice. Farmers, sailors, mothers, potters, poets. All gently absorbed into the soft greyness. They were not punished. They were not particularly rewarded either. They simply continued, as shades, sometimes aware, sometimes not. The philosopher's ghost might walk beside a stonemason's ghost, neither quite able to remember the full shape of their former lives. There was a kind of serenity in this forgetfulness, a settling. The Greeks did not long for heaven. They hoped only for a peaceful end. For those rare souls whose lives had been truly remarkable, there was another destination, the Elysian Fields. This was the Greek version of paradise, though even that term feels too rich. Elysium was not the golden garden of later myths. It was a quiet meadow, warmed by an unfailing sun, kissed by breezes that never grew stale. Here, the virtuous heroes might dwell. Achilles, perhaps, or Orpheus, if he earned it on a second attempt. Poets dreamed of it. Philosophers speculated about it, but few expected to reach it. Elysium was reserved for those who had been chosen by the gods or had lived lives of exceptional nobility. Over time, the idea expanded. Some believed that certain souls could be reborn and, through cycles of purification, earn a permanent place in Elysium. It was a sort of reward, not for belief, but for being brave, just, or wise. Then there was Tartarus. Not hell exactly, though it had flames and punishment enough. It lay far below, deeper even than Hades, a prison more than a dwelling place. Here were sent the worst offenders, not everyday criminals, but cosmic traitors, titans who defied Zeus. Sisyphus, the clever king who cheated death and was condemned to roll a boulder for eternity. Tantalus, who fed his son to the gods and now stood forever thirsty with water just out of reach. These were cautionary tales, not expected outcomes. Most mortals never came close to Tartarus. Interestingly, the Greeks didn't have a clear sense of moral judgment at death. There were no commandments, no final tally. Rather, 3 judges, Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Iarchus, sat in judgment, but they weighed lives less by a ledger of sins and more by a sense of balance. Were you just? Did you respect the gods? Did you keep your oaths? And perhaps most importantly, were you remembered? Remembrance played a central role in their beliefs. The living had a duty to honour the dead, not just at the moment of burial, but year after year. Libations were poured, honeyed wine, sometimes olive oil. Offerings were left at tombs. Names were spoken aloud. The belief was that so long as you were remembered, you were still, in some sense, alive. That's why dying childless was a source of anxiety. Who would speak your name? Who would tend your grave? Without remembrance, the dead might fade further, losing form, losing even their place among the shadows. Not tortured, just dissolved. The Greeks also believed in the river Lethe, the river of forgetting. Many souls drank from it, willingly or not, to forget the pain of life, to forget themselves. Some believed that this forgetting was necessary for rebirth. Only by letting go of the past could the soul return to the world of the living. But others, poets, mystics, and initiates of the Eleusinian mysteries, believed in another river, Mnemosyne, the river of memory. They whispered that some souls could choose to drink from it instead, to remember, to carry the truth through death and into life again. These were the ones who might escape the cycle, who might ascend to the Isles of the Blessed. These ideas coexisted in a kind of philosophical murmur. There was no single doctrine. The afterlife was not rigidly defined. It adapted over centuries, changed by oracles, refined by poets. Homer's underworld, bleak and sombre, gave way to Plato's more hopeful interpretations. Some believed the soul was immortal. Others saw it as a flicker destined to fade. The physical rituals surrounding death reflected these beliefs. Bodies were washed, anointed, wrapped. The eyes were closed, the mouth prepared. The dead were buried facing the west, toward the fading light. Graves were marked with stelae, stone slabs with names, sometimes portraits. Offerings were left, not once, but repeatedly. The funerary rites were not for closure. They were for continuation, a way of helping the soul move on. The laments sung at the graveside weren't only expressions of grief, they were maps, guiding the departed toward the place of shades. Ghosts did exist in their view, but not as horrors, as reminders. They appeared when something was unfinished, an oath unfulfilled, a burial denied, a name forgotten. They didn't haunt out of vengeance, but out of need. They wanted rest, not revenge. So when night fell in the ancient Greek world, and the wind moved through olive branches like an old song, people remembered their dead. They whispered their names, lit small fires, poured wine into the earth. The barrier between life and death wasn't a wall. It was more like a curtain, thin, shifting, momentarily transparent. Even the gods visited the underworld. Hermes, guide of souls, moved between worlds with his winged sandals. Orpheus descended, lyre in hand, to sing for Eurydice. Heracles wrestled Cerberus. Persephone herself moved with the seasons, her footsteps tracing a map across both realms. And the mortals too carried these maps, not in their hands but in their myths. The stories were not instructions but invitations. They told the living, this is what might await, this is what could be. Not to terrify, but to prepare, to soften the fear, to make death a companion, not a stranger. They did not expect glory, they expected shadows, a return to the earth, a place among the roots. And yet, even there, they believed something of the self endured. The afterlife was not about punishment or pleasure. It was about continuity, a slow descent, a long rest, a possible return. And now, as you rest, picture that world. Not bright, not dark, but muted. A grey field of asphodel, flowers like candle smoke, shapes moving gently, not hurried. A river in the distance, the sound of a slow current. A boat bumping gently against the dock. You're not afraid, you're not alone. This place is neither reward nor sentence. It simply is. Let yourself drift. The wind is quiet, the soul is light, and the story continues. In the gentle hush between death and sleep, the ancient Greeks imagined something more than silence. They saw the soul not only departing, but perhaps returning. A second act, a cycle. The body might rest in the earth, reduced to ash or dust. But the soul, psyche, was lighter, slipperier, more persistent. It did not stay in one place forever. It moved. It wandered. And sometimes it came back. They never thought of this return as a guarantee. It wasn't expected like sunrise. It was possible like rain in the dry season. It might come. It might not. But it was there, lingering on the edge of their thinking. This idea of rebirth. That even in the afterlife's grey corridors, a door might open back into the world. The Greeks didn't have a word for reincarnation as clean-cut as later philosophies, but they hinted at it. Pythagoras, the mathematician with a fondness for triangles and silence, famously claimed to remember his past lives. He once said he had been a warrior at Troy, Euphorbus to be precise, and recognised his shield hanging in a temple. A charming thought, whether or not you believed him. Plato took the idea more seriously. In his dialogue called The Republic, at the end of all that discussion about justice and the soul, he gives us a curious myth, the myth of Ur was a soldier who died in battle, or seemed to. After 12 days, he awoke on his funeral pyre and told a story. He had seen souls waiting in a meadow, some descending into the earth, some rising from it. He saw a great spindle of necessity, stars turning like threads on a cosmic loom, and he saw the souls choosing new lives, drinking from the river of forgetfulness, Lethe, and returning to the world. It was not a judgment, precisely, more of a realignment. Some chose the lives of kings, others chose to be animals. A wise man might choose a simple life. A foolish one might choose power and regret it. It wasn't punishment or reward. It was choice, born from knowledge or from the lack of it. But not everyone returned. Some souls lingered in Elysium, content. Others dissolved after drinking too deeply from Lethe. Some, perhaps, passed into realms beyond Greek understanding, beyond words. But enough returned that the idea remained. This, for the Greeks, explained certain things. A child born with unusual wisdom. A musician who seemed to remember melodies without ever learning them. A dream that felt like memory. A fear with no origin. These were signs, not proof, but clues. Whispers of a soul that had walked before. Still, it wasn't just a matter of waiting. Some schools taught that the soul had to be purified, that only the wise, the initiated, could break the cycle. In the Eleusinian mysteries, whispered among the shadows of the Telesterion, it was said that the soul, if properly prepared, might not return at all. It might ascend to the Isles of the Blessed, free from the wheel of birth and death. Other mystery cults spoke more directly of rebirth. The followers of Orpheus, that poet who braved the underworld, believed the soul was divine, imprisoned in the body like a spark caught in clay. Through ritual and music and memory, one could awaken that spark, and perhaps, in doing so, escape the cycle altogether. There were inscriptions found in graves, thin sheets of gold with instructions for the soul. Walk this way. Avoid the spring on the left. Drink from the pool of memory. Declare yourself a child of earth and starry heaven. These were not superstitions, they were maps. For those who believed, death was not a full stop. It was a turn in the path. Even ordinary people, not initiates or philosophers, carried these ideas in softer ways. They spoke of children who seemed to know too much, of animals who watched them like they understood, of dreams where ancestors appeared and said things that still hadn't come true. These weren't seen as strange, just the way of things. And so death, while feared, was not the end of fear. It was a gate, and perhaps, just perhaps, another gate stood beyond it, leading back. The idea of returning also shaped how people lived. If one might come back, it mattered what kind of life you left behind. It mattered how you treated others, how you tended to your duties, what lessons you learned. The soul, after all, might have to try again, and again, until it got something right. And if you were to return, would you remember? That was the question. Most did not. Lethe made sure of that. The water of forgetting washed everything clean, but not always. There were stories, rare and fragile, of souls that carried something with them. Not full memory, but echoes. A pull toward a place. A sense of déjà vu. A face that felt familiar before it was known. In this, the Greeks were ahead of their time, or perhaps simply older in their thinking. They didn't need proof. They had poetry. They didn't demand doctrine. They had myth. The idea of returning wasn't meant to be solved. It was meant to be considered. Like a pebble in the mouth. Like a song half heard in a dream. The philosophers debated it, of course. Aristotle, ever the realist, wasn't much convinced. He preferred souls to be more like functions, gone when the body was gone. But even he couldn't fully rule it out. There was always something unaccounted for in the human spark, and in art it persisted. Painters showed Persephone rising again each spring, barefoot in a field of crocuses. Not just because the grain needed a story, but because people needed hope. That even the darkest journey might end in light. That even the deepest descent might be followed by a climb. And so they told stories. A man turned into a swan. A woman born again as a tree. A soul sent back as a wolf. A hero reborn to finish what he started. These weren't scientific claims. They were ways of holding wonder, of keeping the door open just a crack. And if one did come back, the world might feel different, more precious, more fragile, more familiar in a way that couldn't be explained. You might weep at the sight of a field in spring, not knowing why. You might avoid a road without knowing you once died there. You might fall in love with someone whose face you've never seen, but your soul remembers. This is why the Greeks revered memory. Why they made offerings to Mnemosyne, the goddess of remembrance. Why they sang songs of the dead and repeated names aloud at graves. Forgetting was the greatest loss, and memory, the real kind, the kind that lived in bones, was sacred. Even in dreams they found traces of the past, the dead speaking, a childhood that wasn't yours, a fear that came before birth. They didn't try to explain it all. They simply made space for it. In dreams, in rituals, in quiet moments by the sea. So as the firelight dims and the breath slows, picture it, this slow circle of souls. Some resting, some remembering, some returning. Imagine a soul, thin as mist, stepping into the river. The water cool but not cold. A single sip. A hesitation. A turn away. Another spring found, quiet and hidden. A sip there. And suddenly, memory. Not clear, but enough. A name, a promise, a song. Then the light. Then the world again. Perhaps that soul is you. Perhaps this life is not the first. Perhaps the dreams you carry are more than dreams. Or perhaps not. It doesn't need to be certain to be real. The Greeks knew this. They understood that belief was not a cage, but a lamp. That the soul didn't need to be proven. It only needed to be listened to. And now you rest. The breath deepens. The limbs go still. The body folds into the quiet. If there is a return, let it come gently. If not, let the sleep be deep. Let the soul do what it does best. Drift, turn, remember, wait. The journey is not over. It never really is. Good morning. You're awake. Not because you've had enough sleep. Don't be ridiculous. But because the stone floor you were using as a mattress has successfully leached the last bit of warmth from your body. Also, the cook stepped on you. Twice. That's just how your day begins when you're the lowest ranking life form in a medieval castle. Welcome to the thrilling career of a scullery maid. You are unpaid, unwashed, and largely unnoticed unless someone needs something cleaned or someone else to blame. You sleep beside the hearth because it's the only warm place in the kitchen, and by warm we mean marginally less cold than outside. Your bedding is a burlap sack filled with straw that has seen better decades. It smells like burnt fat, wet wood, and crushed ambition. Your shift, that's your one piece of clothing, is made of coarse, undyed wool that doubles as both pyjamas and uniform. It's been boiled maybe twice this year. Probably once. Possibly never. You rise before the sun. Before the roosters. Before God, it seems. Why? Because everything that needs to happen before the nobles wake, fire, water, bread, cleaning, is your responsibility. Technically not yours alone, but let's be honest, the other girls know how to hide when work is handed out. You haven't learned that trick yet. Or maybe you just weren't born slippery enough. The hearth is dead. The embers have gone cold overnight. That's bad. A scullery without fire is like a knight without armour. Still dangerous, but mostly just pathetic. You shuffle outside into the pitch-black courtyard, barefoot, because your shoes disintegrated last spring, and were repurposed as door insulation. The flagstones are wet and jagged. You gather kindling with hands too numb to feel splinters. Back inside, you crouch by the hearth and begin coaxing flame from damp wood and angry thoughts. Eventually the fire crackles to life, and you hold your fingers above it until they stop resembling corpse fingers. You're now ready for your next task, water. The castle does not have plumbing. It has you. You haul wooden buckets from the well. Gallons and gallons of water, heavy and sloshing, balanced on a yoke across your narrow shoulders. It takes multiple trips. Your arms burn. Your back screams. Your knees wobble like boiled barley. And you haven't even reached breakfast yet. By the time the kitchen staff starts filtering in, yawning, stretching, scratching, you're on your fourth trip to the well. No one thanks you. No one even makes eye contact. You are furniture with legs, that's all. The cook bursts in like a thunderclap, in a bad mood. She's sweating already, barking orders, and armed with a wooden spoon that's been repurposed as a disciplinary device. She shouts something about the stew pot still being crusty. That's your cue to start scrubbing. Again. You scrub pots until your knuckles bleed. No soap, of course. That's for rich people and sinners. You use ashes, sand, and lye. If someone remembers to make it, the lye burns. So does the ash, in its own gritty way. You've developed something between a callus and a chemical burn on your right hand. The left one's worse. The scullery is a room of punishment disguised as a workspace. There's no ventilation. The one window is permanently clogged with soot. Everything smells like meat that's been boiled too long, and something else you don't want to identify. You spend most of your day hunched over basins, scraping grease from pewter trenchers, and slapping rats off the table with a ladle. Let's talk about rats. They run this place. You just work here. Mid-morning arrives. You haven't eaten. There's a heel of bread in your apron, hidden and dry as chalk. You gnaw on it behind the doorway, trying not to look guilty. You fail. A kitchen maid spots you, reports you, and now you're assigned to latrine pot duty for the rest of the week. Congratulations. Later, you get promoted to onion duty, which is just a fancy way of saying cry professionally for 2 hours. You chop onions until your face is a waterfall. No one asks if you're okay. Everyone assumes you're just weeping from your station in life. Around noon, the nobles take their first meal of the day. You carry in dishes, step precisely where you've been told, and do not make eye contact under any circumstances. Nobles don't like to be reminded that servants have eyes, or faces, or thoughts. You hold a pitcher for a full hour and are never asked to pour. Your arms go numb, that's normal. After the meal, you clean again. The same trenchers, now slick with gravy. Bones tossed carelessly under the table. Half-eaten pies, chewed grapes, and something that may have once been a fish. You scrape it all into the slop bucket. You're not allowed to keep scraps, but you might sneak one. Just once. Just the crust. Just the edge. Just enough to keep standing. Afternoon blurs into evening. You haul more water. You peel more roots. You mop the floor. You sweep the hall. You get blamed for the dog vomiting in the solar, even though you've never even seen the solar. Doesn't matter. You were there. Spiritually. As the sun sets, dinner prep begins. It's louder now, hotter. The hearth is blazing, smoke filling the rafters. Someone drops a pot. The cook screams. A fire nearly starts. You slap it out with your apron and keep moving. You're allowed to eat again, this time from a shared bowl passed between 5 girls. The stew is mostly liquid. A floating root, a grain of barley, and a suspicious chunk that might be squirrel. Doesn't matter. You eat it. It's food. Finally, dinner is served to the nobles. You stand nearby again, a background character in someone else's pageant. Your feet are soaked. Your back is locked. You haven't spoken in hours except to say yes, cook. Sorry, cook. Or, it won't happen again, cook, whether or not you know what happened. Night falls. Dishes again. More scrubbing. Bones stuck to the pan like medieval cement. Your hands are shaking now. Not from cold, from exhaustion. You're dismissed with a grunt. You crawl back to your sack near the hearth. The fire has dimmed to glowing embers. You press close to the stone for warmth. Your tunic is still damp. You smell like smoke, onions, and fatigue. Someone's already asleep beside you. Someone else is crying quietly. You don't ask who. You don't want to know. You lie there for a moment, not asleep, not quite awake, thinking about what came before this. You didn't choose this life. No one chooses to be a scullery maid. You were born into it. Your mother worked in the dairy until her back gave out. Your aunt did laundry until she caught fever from the river. Now it's your turn. You're part of the great medieval inheritance, suffering passed down like a ladle. There's no path up. You don't become a cook. You don't marry the steward. You don't get promoted to lady's maid and learn embroidery under soft candlelight. That's fiction. You grow older. Your hands get worse. Eventually, you're too slow to scrub the pots, and they replace you with someone younger, cheaper, and less likely to fall asleep standing up. So, you pay attention to the little things, the rhythm of the kitchen, the shifting alliances between servants, the unspoken rules of survival. Never correct the cook. Always share the driest part of the bread with the girl who's bleeding. Stay out of the steward's way. If you hear a noble's footsteps behind you, move immediately or risk being trampled. physically or socially. There's gossip, of course, the only currency the servants have. Someone swears the chamberlain is sleeping with the lady-in-waiting. Someone else says he's in love with the choir boy. Someone saw the knight with the red beard eat 5 figs and throw up into his own helmet. That one is probably true. When there's a wedding or a feast, it's chaos. 3 times the guests, 10 times the work, and no time for anything but frantic scrubbing and silent praying. The nobles celebrate, you blister. By the end of those nights, you're not even tired. You're hollow. And then there's winter, the worst of it. You work through your own cough, your own fever. You wear the same shift for weeks, layered with scraps. There are days when the water in your bucket freezes before you can get back to the kitchen. You keep going anyway, because if you stop, someone else takes your spot. And because you've been told that suffering without complaint is a virtue, especially for girls like you. You used to have a name. People used to say it. Now you're just girl. And maybe you there. You're not special. You're not a hero. You're just another invisible cog in the castle machine. And yet, the castle runs because of you. Because you get up before the sun. Because you know how to quiet a squeaky hinge with goose grease. Because you remember which bucket is clean and which one holds the mop water. Because you scrub the pans until they shine like coins you'll never hold. No statue will ever be carved for you. No song sung. But if you disappeared tomorrow, the kitchen would fall apart in a week. You don't sleep well. You twitch. You ache. Your dreams are strange and half-formed. Sometimes of green fields, sometimes of boats sailing away, sometimes of nothing at all. You wake with your mouth dry and your arms heavy. Another day begins. Another day exactly like the last. And no one notices. Except maybe Lord Crumbs. You are the spit boy. Congratulations or condolences. It really depends on how much you enjoy rotating slowly in front of open flame while contemplating your life choices. You're somewhere between 8 and 12 years old, small enough to crouch under the hearth, old enough to not cry every time you burn yourself. You are either orphaned, sold, or your parents were very persuasive when it came to convincing you this was an opportunity. Your job is to sit on a stool, if you're lucky enough to have one, beside the great kitchen hearth and turn the spit. All day, slowly, clockwise mostly, until someone tells you otherwise. Sometimes you're told to stop. Sometimes you're told you were turning too fast or too slow, or that you weren't turning it with enough noble dignity. Once, someone accused you of cheekiness because you blink too often. It's hot. Hot in a way that feels unnatural. Like living inside a loaf of bread that's halfway through baking. Your cheeks are constantly flushed. Your hair is always damp. Your tunic, singed at the hem, smells like every type of meat that's ever passed through this kitchen. You used to like the smell of roasting duck. Now it gives you migraines. Burns. Constant. Blisters. Everywhere. The kitchen has no sympathy. You're just expected to get better at dodging. If you blister your palm, wrap it in a rag. If your eyebrows singe off, grow new ones. If you faint, try to land somewhere that won't spill anything. You don't get breaks. The meat doesn't care if your arms are tired. The fire doesn't care if you're sweating so hard it's dripping into your eyes. The nobles expect their roast goose to spin at the correct angle and pace, or heads will metaphorically roll, sometimes literally, depending on how drunk the steward is. On special feast days, the spit gets longer. Bigger birds, whole pigs, once an entire deer. It took 2 of you to turn it. Your partner had a lazy eye and a mean streak. He'd let go of the crank at random intervals, just to watch you panic. You haven't seen him in a while. Rumour has it he's been reassigned to the kennels. You hope the dogs are treating him fairly. You sit for hours in the same position. Your knees go numb. Your back knots up. One time, your foot fell asleep so hard you thought you'd gone lame. The steward called you dramatic and threw a turnip at your head. The kitchen is chaos. Shouting, boiling, clanging. People running into each other with trays of oysters and jugs of wine. You are the eye of the storm. Nobody thanks you. Nobody remembers you. But if that roast comes out uneven, someone will blame the boy who turned it. When the meat is finally declared done, you help pull it off the spit. Carefully. The fat sizzles. The grease drips. If you flinch, you get scolded. If you hesitate, you get slapped. Then it's on to the next roast, or the stew, or the pies, or the boiling cauldron that smells like fermented onions and despair. You don't really know what time it is, ever. Your entire life is firelight and hunger. Sometimes, if you're lucky, someone throws you a bone, literally, not a metaphor. A half-gnawed bone with just enough meat on it to pretend you had lunch. You eat it in the corner with your hands, hunched like a little animal, and then go back to turning. By late afternoon, the fire has turned your cheeks red, and your lips dry and cracked. Your hands are black with soot. You've inhaled so much smoke that you cough like someone 4 times your age. You're still rotating. You hear the sound of plates clattering and nobles laughing in the hall above. You'll never go there. You're not allowed. That room is clean and bright and full of soft chairs and white bread. You exist so they don't have to. Eventually, the feasting ends. That doesn't mean you're done. It means you now get to help carry trays of half-eaten meat back down to the kitchen. You don't get to eat it. You carry it. You scrape bones into a slop bucket, rinse goblets, and drag the roasting spit into the scullery for cleaning. It's heavy. Your shoulder aches. You pretend you don't feel the blister bursting under your palm. Someone shouts that the Lord wants a roast prepared for his hounds. You start the process all over again. The dogs will eat better than you tonight. Again. It's late now. Your tunic is stuck to your skin. Your hair is stiff with grease. Your hands are shaking, and not just from fatigue, from hunger too. You finally get a bowl of pottage. It's thin, just boiled grain and a few soft turnips. You slurp it down in the corner. You don't talk to anyone. There's nothing to say. Everyone's too tired to pretend they're people. You clean the tools. Dull knives, the spit, the hooks. Everything must be spotless before the steward's rounds. If he finds a smear of fat, you're scrubbing it with your own spit. If you're lucky. If not, you're on floor duty in the Lord's privy the next day. Night settles like smoke. The kitchen quiets. The last pots clatter into place. The cook finally stops yelling. You sit near the dying fire, too sore to lie down, too wired to sleep. A rat crawls past. You don't flinch. You're too tired to care. You think about your old life, before the castle. You were a shepherd's son, maybe? Or your parents ran a mill? Maybe they still do. Maybe they forgot you. Or maybe they were just desperate. One less mouth to feed. There's no path out of this. the best you can hope for is that your burns heal properly and that your back doesn't twist too early. If you're lucky, maybe you'll graduate to assistant cook by age 20. If you survive that long. Winter is especially cruel. The castle walls are thick, but the draught still cuts through like a blade. Your station by the hearth should be a blessing. Warmth, light, fire. But it's not warmth, it's exposure. One side of your body roasts, while the other side freezes. You rotate like the meat. A human kebab of fatigue and frostbite. You don't have proper shoes. You wrap your feet in scraps and try not to stand in puddles. When you walk, your knees pop like old door hinges. When you crouch, you wonder if you'll ever uncrouch. There are days your fingers are so stiff from cold and burns you can't tell if you're holding the spit or it's holding you. And your health? You don't have that. Your cough has become part of your personality. Your skin peels from heat rash, then cracks from cold air. You smell constantly of scorched fat, which sounds delicious, but makes people avoid you. You've burned the same forearm so many times it looks like overcooked pork. No one offers a remedy. The apothecary is for nobles. You're told to rub it with pig lard and keep turning. The hierarchy in the kitchen is strict. You are beneath the kitchen maids, beneath the butcher's assistant, beneath the boy who fetches eggs. You are the lowest. Even the dog that begs for bones is higher than you. At least it gets scraps. Sometimes the steward nods at you. That's the highlight of your week. You wonder, not often but sometimes, what your life might look like if you ever left. Then you remember, spit boys don't leave. They either grow up to be other kinds of servants, or they don't grow up at all. You settle into your spot by the hearth again, legs folded, arms hugging your knees. The flames are lower now, but your skin still burns where yesterday's blisters cracked open. You stare into the coals and imagine what it might feel like to be warm without hurting. You don't know. You've never felt that. Outside, snow is falling. Inside, meat is sizzling. And in between them, forgotten and ignored, you keep turning, like you always do. You know how every castle or town needs someone to deal with the human waste? That's you. You're a gong farmer, which is a polite medieval way of saying professional human filth remover. If it goes in the chamber pot, you take it out. If it ends up in the latrine, you get it back out again. You are the bottom of the bottom, scraping the literal cesspit of society. And somehow, it's a real job. One that paid better than some others. But before you get excited, remember, it paid better because no one else wanted to do it. Your shift starts at night. Not because you're nocturnal, but because no one wants to smell or see you during the day. You're banned from public markets until you've bathed. Not that bathing helps. The stink doesn't wash off. It lives in your pores now. You're the reason people cross the street and pretend they didn't see you. Your tools, a rake, a bucket and a shovel. Your uniform, layers of thick wool stuffed with moss and whatever you can find to try and block the smell. It doesn't work. The smell finds a way. It always does. Your job is simple. Go to the cesspits. Dig out the compacted, fermented, semi-liquid remains of everything the castle or town has flushed into the earth for the last 6 months. And get it out before it overflows into the streets. You climb down into the pit. Yes, down. Ladder optional. Rope if you're lucky. The The smell hits you like a brick wall dipped in sewage and fermented despair. It burns your eyes, coats your tongue, and makes you wonder what choices in life led you here. You breathe through your mouth, but it doesn't help. Now you can taste it. You descend slowly, boots squelching on the moist slope of decomposing waste. The pit is ankle deep in places, knee deep in others, and bottomless in imagination. You rake through it all. The recent stuff is bad, but the older layers? That's where the nightmares live. Grey sludge, black crusts, slick masses that burble and shift as if they're thinking about becoming sentient. You don't ask questions. You dig? And what are you digging through? Human waste, of course. Animal waste. Broken chamber pots. Straw soaked with fluids you'll never identify. Bits of food. Bits of cloth. The occasional dead rat. The occasional dead... other thing. Once you found a chicken. You still don't know how it got down there. You buried it with some dignity. Sometimes, if you're lucky, you find coins, dropped from nobles who used the latrine in a hurry. You pocket them. You've earned it. Once your bucket is full, you haul it out. You dump it into your cart, an open wooden box on wheels that creaks like it resents you. You repeat this process a dozen times. More if the castle's had a feast recently. And you always do it at night, under torchlight, because the people above don't want to see the cost of their comfort. You work in silence. No one talks in a cesspit. Once your cart is full of what medieval records gently call night soil, you roll it through the quiet streets. The wheels leave tracks. The air behind you wilts. If anyone sees you, they gag or mutter a prayer. One kid once threw a cabbage at you. You threw something back. You're not proud of it. You head outside the town walls to the dumping grounds, usually near the fields. Because guess what? Waste gets reused. All that filth you collect? It becomes fertilizer. The very same nobles who won't look you in the eye are unknowingly eating vegetables grown in their own refuse. That's what you call medieval recycling. By early morning, you're done dumping, but not done working. You return to clean your tools, which means rinsing them in a pond that's already halfway ruined. You wash your boots, your clothes, your hands. It doesn't help. The stink clings. Your neighbours can always tell what shift you've worked. Some won't sit near you at meals. Some won't even share a table. You try not to let it get to you. You tell yourself it's honest work, important work. If you stopped showing up, the entire castle would flood in filth within the week. You're not a hero, but you're what stands between society and ankle-deep disaster. You eat alone most days. Your bread tastes like ash. Not because it's burned, just because everything smells like ash, and worse now. You drink ale because the water's not safe, and because, frankly, being sober around your own job is a kind of masochism. Winter is the worst. Not because it's cold, though it is, but because everything freezes. The waste freezes. Your hands freeze. Your breath turns to steam, and then to regret. You've got to hack through icy crusts with a shovel just to reach the warm, steaming horror beneath. It's the only time you'll ever see something warm and be upset about it. Summer isn't better. Summer bakes everything. The stench gets airborne. Flies swarm. Wasps show up for reasons you don't understand. You sweat so much it soaks through your shoes. You've tried everything to mask the smell. Vinegar, crushed herbs, even rubbing yourself with mint leaves. All it does is make the stench floral. People joke about you behind your back. Smells like a gong farmer is an insult. Some people assume you're stupid. You're not. You know how to brace a ladder with one leg while hauling 40 pounds of waste up a rope with the other. You know which side of the pit is safer to stand on after rain. You know which torch oils don't explode when dropped into methane pockets. That's science. Or something like it. And here's the kicker. You make more money than most servants. Yep. This is one of the few medieval jobs that actually paid well. Not luxuriously. You still live in a one-room hut on the edge of town. But better than a cook's helper or a baker's boy. Because no one else wants to do what you do, ever. They'd rather starve than crawl through what you crawl through. That's your leverage, your curse, your wage. By night's end, you're done. You drag your empty cart back to the yard. You lean your shovel against the wall. You sit down on a log. Not because it's clean, but because it's there. You sleep outside when the smell gets too bad. Your wife, if you have one, insists. Your kids say you smell like boiled cabbage and sin. You can't argue. They're right. You close your eyes, but the scent stays. It always stays. You smell it even in your dreams. Your hands don't look like hands anymore. The skin is always cracked. The fingernails black from grime. No matter how long you soak them, the calluses stay. You've stopped trying to scrub them clean. The soap costs more than your dignity. You used to be able to smell flowers, grass, firewood, not anymore. Your nose is broken, not physically, but spiritually. All you can ever smell now is rot. If a cart of apples rolled past you, you'd think they'd gone off. You've been rewired. Sometimes the castle guards joke with you. They say things like, "Don't fall in," and laugh like that's the first time you've heard it. You smile politely and pretend it's funny. Once, one of them shoved you near the edge of the pit for a laugh. You didn't smile that time. You have dreams, rarely, about becoming something else. A baker, maybe. A scribe. But when you wake up, your hands still smell like last night. And so you rinse your face, adjust your sackcloth tunic, and walk back to the pit. Because even in dreams, someone has to carry the bucket. As the sky turns grey and the roosters begin their song, you haul your last bucket, scrape your last shoe, and exhale into the morning. The castle will wake soon, oblivious. The nobles will relieve themselves into gilded bowls, unaware of what happens after. And you'll vanish into shadow again, like the stink you carry. That's your job, that's your role, that's your day. The gong farmer, cleaner of kingdoms, forgotten by all, remembered only by the flies. You wear shoes. That alone makes you higher in rank than 3/4 of the castle staff. They're stiff leather, curled at the toe, and they squeak when you walk, which is unfortunate, because silence is part of your job. You're the apprentice to the chamberlain, which means you carry ledgers, memorize inventories, and pretend to understand what the words protocol and accountability really mean. You're not noble, of course. Don't get any ideas. You're a servant, but you're a servant with access. You enter rooms others only clean. You witness things most peasants couldn't spell. You fetch parchment, write numbers, and maintain calm when the countess is screaming that her linens smell like goat. Your day begins before the lords rise. You wake in the servants' hall near the good fire, the one not used for cooking rats or heating piss buckets. You splash water on your face, comb your hair with your fingers, and brush your tunic clean with your own sleeve. Presentation matters. First task, candles. You walk the long hallways, replacing the stubs with fresh tallow tapers. Beeswax is for the chapel and the Great Hall only. Everyone else gets the cheap stuff that smells faintly of sheep. As you move from room to room, you note anything out of place. That's your second job, to notice. If the salt cellar is low, you write it down. If the wine stock is 2 casks short, you investigate. If the chamber pot in the guest room is full, you find someone else to deal with it. You delegate downward. It's tradition. The Chamberlain is already awake, of course. He never sleeps, or so it seems. He's a narrow man with a sharp nose and sharper expectations. He smells faintly of ink and dried lavender. His robes are always spotless, and he always knows when you've made a mistake, sometimes before you make it. He speaks in lists. 2 bolts of woolen broadcloth, 4 barrels of lamp oil, 1 visiting friar with dietary demands bordering on heresy. You nod, write it all down, and pray you don't spill ink again. Last time you did, he made you recopy an entire month's ledger by candlelight, while the steward watched and chewed pickled herring directly into your ear. Your job is part clerk, part courier, part scapegoat. When the linens go missing, it's your fault. When the firewood is damp, it's your fault. When the Lord's hunting dog defecates in the guest stairwell, somehow, still your fault. Mid-morning is for inspections. You follow the Chamberlain through halls and chambers like a silent, scribbling ghost. He taps walls, lifts bed covers, tastes wine, sniffs rushes. You nod and record. You try not to sigh. Once you caught yourself yawning and spent the rest of the day organising dry peas by size and colour. You envy no one in this castle, except maybe the cook's dog, who at least gets to bark without consequence. Lunch is not a break. It's a logistical nightmare. Who eats what, when, and where? And who is seated 2 spots away from whom, so no one accidentally reignites a blood feud over pigeon pie. You carry seating charts, correct titles, and gentle reminders that Lady Cressida is no longer speaking to Lord Alric since the Lent wine incident. After the meal, the Chamberlain reviews accounts. You sit across from him in the solar, reading aloud each line item. Wax, fish, salt, horseshoes, ink, wool, barley, mead, soap, barley again. The list never ends. Occasionally he asks you for the weight of a cask, or how many loaves can be cut from a stone of flour. If you hesitate, he raises 1 eyebrow. You'd rather be slapped. Then come the visitors, nobles from another estate, a wandering knight, some distant cousin who's somehow always between holdings. They arrive with trunks and egos and dietary needs. You show them to their chambers and take careful notes on what linens they receive. Not because anyone will thank you, but because someone will absolutely blame you when they vanish. You're also responsible for the castle's keys, or more accurately, for fetching them. The armoury key, the wine cellar key, the upstairs wardrobe key that fits nowhere but is still important. You carry them in a pouch tied tightly to your belt, and you touch them reflexively like prayer beads. Losing them would be a career-ending scandal, possibly a beating, possibly exile, possibly worse, permanent latrine duty. By late afternoon, the lists have turned to logistics. A shipment of salted herring is late. A bolt of velvet has gone missing. A priest drank too much and is asleep on the chapel floor. The kitchen is out of vinegar. The stables need more hay. The steward has opinions. You listen, you nod, and you draft a polite response in the Chamberlain's hand. Sometimes you draft love notes. Yes, really. There's a noble lady who insists on communicating only via letters. She dictates them to you behind a curtain while feeding her lapdog strawberries soaked in cream. You write what she says, edit out the madness, and deliver the wax-sealed nonsense to a knight who blushes like a baker's oven every time he opens one. Evening approaches. Candles again. You pass through the halls with a taper and a snuffer, relighting what's gone out, trimming what's burned too low. The halls are quieter now. The nobles drink, the servants breathe, and you are somewhere in between, not invited to either world, but required in both. You check on the guest rooms again, fluff the rushes, straighten the curtains, ensure that no one has died, spilled wine, or eloped without proper documentation. By now your feet hurt, your head pounds, and your fingers are stained with wax and ink. You haven't eaten since morning, but you won't eat until the Chamberlain finishes his supper and dismisses you. Sometimes he forgets. You sit outside his chamber for an hour while he recounts stories from his youth to a bored page boy who probably dreams of becoming a knight. You doze with your chin in your palm and your stomach caving in. Eventually the door opens. You're dismissed with a flick of two fingers. You bow, murmur thanks, and retreat to the servants' quarters. Your bunk is narrow. The fire's out. Someone else has stolen your blanket again. You lie down, still half-dressed, and stare at the ceiling. You wonder if this is what power smells like. Tallow, ink, sweat, and lavender. You used to think working near the nobles would be exciting, that you'd hear secrets, learn how power works. You've heard the secrets, all right, mostly about hemorrhoids, stolen pastries, and who thinks whom is insufferable. As for power, it's just more rules, more ways to fail. The Chamberlain says you're learning discipline. What you're learning is exhaustion. What you're learning is how to be invisible, indispensable, and ignored at the same time. You've become fluent in silence, skilled in being present but forgettable. There's talk of promotion. Maybe one day you'll be assistant to the steward, or manage the cellar books. Maybe. More likely, you'll keep doing this until your back gives out or your eyes go bad from reading numbers by candlelight. There's no pension, just a slower decline. And still, you show up, because your work keeps the chaos stitched together, because the castle doesn't run without you, because someone needs to make sure the salt stock matches the winter ration plans, and because if you don't, someone will notice. You drift off to sleep, counting barrels in your head. You dream in inventory. You wake when the first bell rings. It's still dark. You stand up, stretch your aching legs, and adjust your squeaky shoes. It's time to relight the candles. And begin again. The other servants tolerate you. Barely. You're not one of them. Not anymore. You wear cleaner clothes. You use words like allocation and inventory. But you're not one of the nobles either. They forget your name even as you light their hearths and refill their inkwells. You exist in the middle, a walking reminder that power trickles down slowly and responsibility floods upward. And still, you show up. Because showing up is what keeps the castle standing. And tomorrow, like today, you'll carry the lists, count the candles, and be blamed for everything that goes wrong. You start your day in a barn that never quite sleeps. The horses stir before the sun rises, snorting clouds of steam into the frozen air, hooves clattering softly in stalls layered with straw and the occasional rat. You are the stable boy. That means you shovel, you brush, You haul. You get kicked. Often. But mostly you apologise to creatures that outrank you in both grace and nutrition. You sleep in the hayloft above the main stable, if you can call it sleep. The floorboards are thin, and the horses below never stop shifting. You hear everything. A tail swishing. A hoof stomping. The unmistakable sound of something large defecating very close to your pillow. Your hands are already cracked before dawn. You pull on the same stiff boots, the same sour-smelling tunic, and climb down the ladder. The cold hits you like a slap from God. You start mucking out the stalls. One by one. Shovel, pitch, shovel again. It's not glamorous. It's not even tolerable. But it has to be done before the master of horse arrives, or else you'll spend the morning with a split lip and a lecture on discipline. You work fast, but not too fast. Moving too quickly spooks the horses, and spooked horses are worse than angry nobles. They bite, rear, and crush. You've already broken 2 fingers and once got a hoof to the ribs that left you coughing blood for a week. Still you love them, the animals. They don't lie. They don't yell. They don't pretend to be better than you. The stable smells like hay, manure, sweat, and horse, which is somehow worse and better than anything inside the castle. You don't mind it anymore. You've stopped smelling things the way regular people do. You know the scent of a healthy stallion versus one with colic. You can tell when a horse is nervous just by how it breathes. These animals make more sense than most people. After the stalls are cleared, you fetch feed. Heavy sacks of oats and hay bales stacked high in the loft. You lower them one by one, careful not to twist your back again like last winter. You nearly passed out and the master said, "He's faking it," before throwing a bridle at your head. Feeding is a delicate dance. Some horses are greedy, some are shy. Some will bite your hand if you reach at the wrong moment. You've got scars to prove it. You pat their necks, check their hooves, and whisper nonsense to keep them calm. They know your voice. They trust you more than most nobles ever will. Mid-morning means grooming. You brush, curry, clean hooves, and untangle manes. You pluck burrs, wipe noses, and scoop more dung than you care to count. If the Lord is riding, you polish the tack until it gleams. Not because he'll notice, but because the master of horse will. And if anything is amiss, it's your hide that gets tanned, not the leather. Sometimes the nobles bring dogs into the stable. Hunting dogs. Loud, twitchy things with more pedigree than sense. You clean up after them too. No one ever says thank you. When the Lord decides to ride, and he always decides last minute, everything changes. The stable turns into a whirlwind. You saddle his best gelding, the one that doesn't like to be touched. You check the straps 3 times. You wipe the bit with a cloth. You make sure the stirrups are exactly how he likes them. Too short, of course. Because fashion over function is eternal. Then you stand aside, quiet and invisible, while he mounts. If the horse fidgets, it's your fault. If he slips in the mud, it's your fault. If he falls and breaks a nail, it's probably still your fault. You'll hear about it for weeks. In the meantime, you fetch fresh water, sweep the yard, and stack more hay. The smell of leather and sweat clings to your skin. Your shoulders ache, your arms throb. You've pulled muscles you didn't know existed and bled in places that shouldn't. You get a break sometimes, but it's not restful. You sit on a stool, sip warm ale from a tin cup, and stare at the dust motes drifting through the air like exhausted ghosts. You don't talk. Your jaw hurts from clenching it. Your body hurts from existing. but the horses still need brushing. In winter, it's worse. Your fingers go numb even inside gloves. The troughs freeze. The breath from the horses steams in the cold like dragon smoke. You break ice with a hammer just to get them a drink. Sometimes you wonder if anyone inside the castle even knows the stable has no insulation. In summer, you're a walking blister. You sweat through your tunic, your shirt, your soul. Evening arrives with flies. Clouds of them. They gather in the corners of the stable, buzzing like tiny curses. You swat them away half-heartedly while cleaning out the last stalls. One of the older mares has soiled her bedding 3 times today. She's nervous. Bad weather is coming. You feel it in your joints, the way the air shifts. You know before the sky even darkens. You sweep again. You rake again. You scrub the troughs with a fistful of straw and an old brush that lost its bristles 2 years ago. No one replaces it. No one notices but you. The master of horse checks in one last time. He grunts if he's pleased. He yells if he's not. You've learned to measure your day in the distance between his voice and your face. You sneak a few carrots from the feed room. One for the grey mare, who doesn't bite. One for the chestnut, who only bites strangers. They nuzzle your hand with soft velvet noses. It's the closest thing to affection you get. When the sun goes down, you climb the ladder to the hayloft again. Your bed is a pile of rags and straw. It smells like mildew and saddle oil. You lie down in your clothes. There's no point undressing. You'll only have to put it all back on in 5 hours. You listen to the horses breathing. You listen to the wind pressing against the wooden slats. You count hoofbeats in your dreams. You'll be up before dawn. Again, no one at court knows your name. They call you boy, even though you're nearly 17, and your back creaks like a drawbridge. When you pass in the halls, they wrinkle their noses. Not because you're rude, but because you smell like a life they don't want to imagine. Still, some nod. The kitchen maid leaves you crusts. The blacksmith grunts a greeting. Once, a knight gave you a silver coin because you calmed his stallion before battle. You still have it. You don't plan to spend it. It's proof that you're not invisible. You're not stupid. You know you won't rise high. There's no ladder from stable boy to steward. No horsebrush that turns into a sword. You're not going to become a knight, not even a squire. But you know animals, and that's something. You know how to wrap a wound, calm a foal, and spot a lame leg before it gets worse. You matter in a quiet way. You've seen what happens to boys who can't take it. They leave, or break, or disappear one night after a whipping. No one asks questions. You do your job and keep your head down. In bad weather, the stables leak. In summer, the hay rots. In winter, your breath ices on the rafters. But the horses are still there, waiting, breathing, trusting. And that's enough. Not always, but most days. So you close your eyes, listening to the weight of hooves in straw, the creak of wood, and the soft breath of creatures that never judged you. Tomorrow it starts again. You are the stable boy, and the horses need you. You don't stay for the praise. There isn't any. You stay because the horses know your voice, because they nicker when they hear your boots, because in a world full of orders, lies, and punishments, this is the one place where you're trusted, not for who you are, but for how you move, how you speak, how you listen. And that kind of trust, that's rare, even in a castle. You wake up with a paw in your mouth. Again, it belongs to a turnspit dog. Short-legged, long-bodied, vaguely miserable, like a sausage with trauma. He's sprawled across your straw pallet, snoring softly, his fur matted with kitchen grease, and what might be duck fat. You don't mind. He's warm. And honestly, he smells better than most of your co-workers. You're the turnspit dog keeper, which means you are the invisible, overworked, underfed bridge between noble cuisine and the medieval animal treadmill. Yes, that's a thing. The dogs run, the spit turns, the meat cooks, and someone has to make sure the dogs don't die, snap, or sit down mid-roast. That someone is you. Your shift begins before the fire's even lit. You get up, stretch your back until it clicks, and immediately step in something wet. Hopefully water. Probably not. The dogs are restless. They know what's coming. You haul the first of them from the pallet. A stubborn mutt named Snipe. He bites you. Lightly. You deserve it. He's been on spit duty 3 days in a row. You rub his ears, mutter an apology, and lead him into the kitchen. The fires are already smoking. The cook is yelling about Swan again. You open the turnspit wheel. It looks like a hamster wheel, if hamsters weighed 30 pounds and had job-related trauma. Snipe crawls in. You latch the gate behind him. He starts walking. The spit begins to turn. The roast, boar maybe, begins to spin. Now you watch. You time, you bribe, you beg. The trick is keeping them moving without pushing them too hard. If the dog slows down, the roast cooks unevenly, and the cook throws things. Hot things, sharp things, emotional things. If the dog stops completely, the spit jerks, the meat slips, and you spend the rest of the morning being told that you've ruined Christmas. It's May. There are 4 dogs. You rotate them like wheels on a cart. 2 on duty, 2 resting. But none of them really rest. They just whine, twitch, and gnaw on old bones in the corner, while you rub their legs and whisper encouragements like you're raising canine gladiators. You clean the wheels too. Not because anyone tells you to, but because they squeak loud enough to make the cook's temples throb. You learnt that lesson last month, when a squeal mid-banquet earned you a ladle to the forehead. Sometimes the Lord himself walks through. He doesn't speak to you, just nods vaguely toward the meat and compliments the earthy flavour. That's your sweat, and probably some dog hair. You're welcome. Feeding the dogs is another gamble. They're not supposed to eat scraps from the noble table, but you do it anyway. No one wants to run on an empty stomach, and dried peas aren't exactly performance fuel. So when no one's looking, you slip them bits of goose fat or crusts soaked in gravy. They love you for it, until one of them bites your thumb off, which almost happened last week. Burns are common. Your forearms look like parchment. The kitchen is a furnace. Even in winter, it's a wall of smoke, heat, and shouting. In summer, it becomes a punishment from God. The fire never goes out. Not really. Even at night, it smoulders. And you sleep nearby, just close enough to be useful, just far enough to be forgotten. You've inhaled so much ash that your snot comes out black. Your cough sounds like a dying bellows. Your eyes are permanently red, which at least hides the tears. You used to think dogs were cheerful, loyal, friendly. Now you know better. These are working dogs, bred not for companionship, but for endless mechanical endurance. They don't want affection, they want your bread. And if you're late feeding them, they organise a rebellion. You once walked into the wheel room to find 3 of them sitting in a circle, chewing your shoe. No one taught you how to train them. You just learned by trial, error, and blood loss. You keep a stick nearby. You don't like using it. You really don't. But sometimes they refuse to run. Sometimes they dig in their paws and stare at you with the eyes of an animal who knows it's part of a joke it can't understand. You've named them all. Snipe, Button, Maud, Guts. Guts is the mean one. He only likes you when you feed him bacon grease. Otherwise he growls like a brewing storm and snaps at your ankles when he's off duty. You think he sees the world the same way you do. Tired, greasy, and full of smoke. Once, a noble child wandered into the kitchen. She pointed at the dog wheel and said, "Look, a spinning puppy." You smiled. Then her tutor yanked her away and glared at you like you'd exposed her to something indecent. You didn't say a word. You never do. At some point, you realise your posture's changed. You walk hunched now, from years of ducking under low beams, crouching beside dog pens, and carrying iron spit still hot from the fire. Your hands are covered in calluses and burns. Your knees ache when it rains. You're 17. You used to dream of being a falconer. You thought maybe you'd train birds, walk through forests, wear a leather glove and squint at the sky like you understood something. Now you can't even hear birds over the constant drumming of paws in a wheel. When you do get a moment alone, you sit by the back door, just out of sight. You let one of the dogs curl up next to you, usually Maud, the quiet one. She's the only creature in the kitchen that doesn't demand anything. She just breathes, warm and real, and you rest your head against the side for a minute. Maybe two. Then the bell rings again. More meat, more spinning. No one thanks the dog. No one thanks you. At night, you scrub the grease from your arms with sand and prayer. You curl up in straw, listening to the slow pant of sleeping dogs and the lingering sizzle of fat in the hearth. You dream of running. Not from anything, just running. And the wheel keeps turning. Sometimes you hear the nobles talk about the charm of rustic kitchens. They mean the decor, the roasted swan, the smell of herbs they think came from the garden, and not from the sweat of the scullery maid who harvested them barefoot in the dark. They don't know you exist. They don't know the dogs exist. If they do, they think it's quaint. A detail for the minstrels to include in their songs. The turning hounds of House Wexford, or something equally oblivious. You once overheard a bard say that turn-spit dogs enjoy the exercise. You nearly choked on your own laugh. You've learned a strange patience working here. You don't argue. You don't complain. You just keep the wheel turning. You feed the dogs, tend the injuries, clean the wheel, and hope the day ends without blood. You've seen worse. One boy got his hand caught in the gearing last year. He doesn't work here anymore. You're not sure if he died or just became someone else's problem. You have a small cloth pouch hidden behind a beam. Inside is a bit of cheese you've been saving, a button shaped like a flower, and a dog's tooth. Guts lost it during a particularly bad day. You keep it like a relic. A reminder that even the meanest dog can break under pressure. Your ears ring from the shouting, from the heat, from the spin. Your bones hurt. Your stomach is never quite full. But every once in a while, one of the dogs nuzzles your arm after a long run. And in that brief, strange moment, you feel seen. Not by the castle, not by the cook, but by something living. And for now, that's enough. Because in this place, even the smallest kindness, a warm side, a steady breath, a dog that doesn't bite, is worth holding on to. Especially when the fire never goes out and the wheel never stops. You fall asleep to the sound of paws on wood and wake to the same, as if the night itself is on a spit, slowly turning. You wake well before dawn, in darkness and cold. The castle walls don't hold warmth, not for the likes of you. The embers in the hearth are long dead, and your breath fogs in the air above your rough blanket. You sit up, every joint stiff from yesterday's labour. Your hands are already sore, though you haven't touched water yet. You are the laundress. And that means water, soap, fire, and pain. You dress quietly, pulling on a damp wool kirtle that smells faintly of smoke, tallow, and lye. The apron goes over it, stained and stiff with salt from old sweat and splashes of boiled linen water. You wrap a scarf around your hair, shove your feet into cracked leather shoes, and move like you're already late. Because you are. The castle is mostly asleep as you pass through the cold stone halls, carrying a basket filled with the previous day's laundry. Shirts yellowed with sweat, underthings damp with fear, linen napkins stained with wine or worse. Some of these pieces belong to nobility, and any error, any shrinking, tearing, staining, will be treated as a personal offence. You've seen girls dismissed over a scorched tablecloth. You've nearly been whipped over a missing chemise. In the courtyard, you fill 2 wooden buckets at the well. The pump groans. The water splashes cold and loud in the morning silence. You carry the buckets balanced on a yoke over your shoulders. It digs into your skin with every step. Past the smokehouse, past the scullery, to the yard where the great copper boiling pot waits blackened over yesterday's ashes. You light the fire underneath with trembling hands and flint. By the time the water starts to steam, the air is sharp with smoke and your fingers are red with cold. You mix in a scoop of lye, made from hardwood ash you soaked and filtered last week. The liquid goes cloudy. You stir it with a long wooden paddle, careful not to let it splash. The burns on your arms are still healing from the last time you slipped. With the lye water heating, you sort the laundry. Coarse linens in one pile, fine ones in another. The lord's shirts and the ladies' undergarments are treated with reverence, not for what they are, but for what happens to you if they're returned imperfect. Woolens stay separate. You don't boil wool. You've seen a full cloak reduced to the size of a doll's coat in one careless afternoon. You begin with the soak. Linens go into the hot, lye-laced water and are stirred gently to loosen the stains and stench. Then comes the scrubbing. At a flat stone slab near the well, you kneel and press a servant's tunic down hard against the rock. You rub soap into the fabric, black soap, made of tallow and lye, harsh on the cloth and worse on your hands. You scrub it in strokes, knuckles whitening. The stone is rough and the cloth is heavy, waterlogged and stubborn. When you dunk it into a barrel to rinse, the water clouds instantly. You smile faintly. Progress. The rinse water is cold. So cold your fingers go numb within minutes. You work anyway, switching hands, clenching them to keep the blood moving. Every now and then, you blow on your fingers and flex your wrists, but it barely helps. You think of other women, the scullery maid, the wood carrier, and know they're cold too. It doesn't make you feel better. It just reminds you you're not alone. Once the worst of the dirt is out, you haul the linens to the stream that runs behind the outer wall. There, in the shallows, you beat the larger items, sheets, tablecloths, with a wooden paddle. You swing and smack and swing again, the water splashing up your sleeves. Every blow knocks out dirt. Every splash soaks your skin. You can barely feel your knees in the mud. Around you, a few washerwomen from the village do the same. No one speaks. No one needs to. The only sound is water, wood, and the occasional sigh. When the linens are beaten, rinsed, and twisted dry by hand, a process that leaves your shoulders screaming, you drape them over bushes or on long ropes strung between trees. In summer, they dry in the sun. In winter, you hang them near the hearth, praying they don't catch fire. Damp fabric and open flames make uneasy neighbours. You tend the fire again, check the boil, stir the next batch, fetch more water. You lose track of time in the repetition. Haul, soak, scrub, wring, hang. By midday you can't feel your forearms. By afternoon, your lower back is a knotted rope. There's a moment, though, when the lady's veil comes clean, a stubborn wine stain finally gone. You hold it up, steaming, white against the smoke-dark sky, and feel a flicker of pride. Brief. Then you spot a fray at the hem and mutter a curse. You'll have to patch it and pray no one notices. When all is hung and steaming gently in the afternoon wind, you sit for a moment on an upturned bucket, just to breathe. You tear a bit of crust from the pocket of your apron. Hard bread, mostly stale, but food all the same. You chew slowly and watch the linen dance in the wind. Then you're back at it, collecting the dry, folding the crisp, cold shirts, checking for mist stains or lingering damp. You sort the noble garments into a separate basket, laying a cloth between each folded item like layers of armour. You'll deliver these by hand, quietly, without making eye contact, without drawing attention. You are invisible. You must stay that way. At the kitchen door, you exchange a nod with a scullery maid, who smells like fish and onions and exhaustion. Inside, the cook shouts something about missing cloths. You wordlessly pass her a folded bundle of kitchen rags. She grunts her thanks. You leave before she can remember your name. The last stop is the Lord Solar. You knock. A servant answers. You hand him the basket with a practised bow. He doesn't thank you. He closes the door. Your hands are raw. Your neck aches. Your back feels twisted. But nothing is stained. Nothing is missing. That means today was good. You return to the laundry yard to put out the fire, empty the tubs, and rinse the soapstones. A sheet has blown loose and lies half in the mud. You grab it before anyone sees. It's only a little dirty. You'll wash it again tomorrow. You don't complain. There's no point. At last, just as the sun begins to set behind the battlements, you sit again, this time longer. You hold your hands out toward the fading warmth of the fire and feel the pain pulse back into them. Your nails are chipped. Your fingertips are peeling. But they still work. In your apron pocket, you carry a scrap of linen, a torn piece from a ruined towel. You've been sewing it into a handkerchief in quiet moments. There's no time for that tonight, but just knowing it's there gives you something that belongs only to you. You eat in the servants' hall. Pottage, bread, warm ale. You eat quickly, quietly, eyes low. Then you return to your pallet near the chimney. Your shift is over. Tomorrow will be the same. Water, soap, fire and pain. But tonight you sleep. When all is hung and steaming gently in the afternoon wind, you sit for a moment on an upturned bucket, just to breathe. You tear a bit of crust from the pocket of your apron. Hard bread, mostly stale, but food all the same. You chew slowly and watch the linen dance in the wind. Then you're back at it, collecting the dry, folding the crisp, cold shirts, checking for mist stains or lingering damp. You sort the noble garments into a separate basket, laying a cloth between each folded item like layers of armour. You will deliver these by hand, quietly, without making eye contact, without drawing attention. You are invisible. You must stay that way. At the kitchen door, you exchange a nod with the scullery maid, who smells like fish and onions and exhaustion. Inside, the cook shouts something about missing cloths. You wordlessly pass her a folded bundle of kitchen rags. She grunts her thanks. You leave before she can remember your name. The last stop is the Lord Solar. You knock. A servant answers. You hand him the basket with a practised bow. He doesn't thank you. He closes the door. Your hands are raw. Your neck aches. Your back feels twisted. But nothing is stained. Nothing is missing. That means today was good. You return to the laundry yard to put out the fire, empty the tubs, and rinse the soapstones. A sheet has blown loose and lies half in the mud. You grab it before anyone sees. It's only a little dirty. You'll wash it again tomorrow. You don't complain. There's no point. At last, just as the sun begins to set behind the battlements, you sit again, this time longer. You hold your hands out toward the fading warmth of the fire and feel the pain pulse back into them. Your nails are chipped. Your fingertips are peeling. But they still work. In your apron pocket, you carry a scrap of linen, a torn piece from a ruined towel. You've been sewing it into a handkerchief in quiet moments. There's no time for that tonight, but just knowing it's there gives you something that belongs only to you. You eat in the servants' hall. Pottage, bread, warm ale. You eat quickly, quietly, eyes low. Then you return to your pallet near the chimney. Your shift is over. Tomorrow will be the same. Water, soap, fire and pain. But tonight, you sleep. You've seen this before. If she rolls too much, she could twist something inside. You throw open the store and grab her halter. She thrashes, nearly catches your leg, but you hold on. You tug her up, walk her in tight circles. Her eyes roll white. You keep whispering, keep moving. A stable master shows up eventually, curses, and takes over. You step back, shaking. Your arms are covered in dirt and spittle. Your tunic is ripped. But she's standing now. That's something. You return to your rounds. 2 new guests have arrived. Their horses are skittish from the road. You soothe them as best you can. Soft words, firm hands. One of them nips your sleeve. Another stomps and misses your toe by a hair. You fill troughs again, fetch more hay, sweep the aisle for the 3rd time. You mend the torn girth strap with twine and a bone needle. It's not pretty, but it will hold. The sun sinks behind the outer wall. The wind picks up. You close the stable doors, hang the lanterns, and check each horse one last time. You rub noses, check hooves, refill water buckets. You pat Smoke's neck, avoid Gorse's teeth, and scratch behind Willow's ears. When it's all done, you climb the ladders to the loft. You peel off your boots and flex your raw feet. You're covered in dust, hay, and sweat. But no one was kicked, nothing burned, no horses escaped. That makes it a good day. You eat a second meal in the loft. Some cheese you traded a favour for, and a hunk of onion bread too hard for the kitchen to keep. You chew slowly, legs tucked beneath you for warmth. Outside, the castle glows faintly with torchlight. Laughter floats from the great hall. Somewhere, a minstrel plucks a lute string. You hear it through cracks in the wood. It sounds like a dream someone else is having. You don't mind. The horses below shift in their stalls. One snorts, one whinnies softly. They're settling, same as you. You lie back in the straw, arms folded under your head. Your fingers ache. Your knees crack when you stretch. Your back feels like a plank. But you are not dead, and none of the animals under your care are either. That counts for something. You think about the stories they tell, about knights, kings, tournaments. They all forget the boy who saddled the horse, who mucked the stall, who whispered to the animal that would carry a lord into glory or death. That's fine. You're not here to be remembered. You're here to work, and to sleep when the work is done. The wind rattles the shutters. Below you, hooves scuffle. And slowly, slowly, the weight of the day pulls you down into sleep. Your last thought before sleep is of a hoof print, perfectly stamped in the mud, rimmed with frost, still steaming from the warmth of the horse that left it. It won't last. It'll vanish by morning. But for now, it's real. And so are you. You wake with a jolt, the butt of your spear still clutched in one hand. You must have nodded off. Again, but only for a moment. You're sure of it. The brazier beside you is nearly out. Just a few orange coals crackling faintly in the darkness. You rub your eyes, shift your weight on the cold stone bench, and peer through the arrow slit beside you. Still night. Still fog. Still your watch. You're the castle guard. Not a knight, not a soldier. Not a man-at-arms with songs written about him. Just a guard. You stand, you wait, you freeze. And if something goes wrong, you're the first to die. It's your second night shift this week, and your knees already ache. You roll your shoulder, feel the bruise from yesterday's training drill. A wooden blade slammed into your side hard enough to rattle your ribs. The sergeant called it a learning moment. You called it something else, silently. Your job is simple. Watch the gate. Watch the wall. Walk the perimeter when the bell strikes the hour. Report anything strange. And don't fall asleep. You listen for the bell now. Distant. Muffled. Probably 5 hours till dawn. The wind whistles through the murder holes overhead, sharp and steady. You pull your cloak tighter. The wool is thin and doesn't help much, but it's all you're issued. Your breath fogs in the torchlight, curling into the stillness like smoke from a dying fire. You stretch your legs and walk a slow circle around the gatehouse interior. The stone floor is slick with old condensation and soot from the torches. You know every crack, every uneven flagstone. You've paced it too many times to count. At the outer parapet, the wind hits harder. Your cloak flaps against your legs. The courtyard below is quiet. A lone dog sniffs around the kitchen door. Somewhere, a drunk stumbles out of the barracks latrine, mumbling a tune and failing to close the door behind him. You don't cool down. Not your problem. Not tonight. You check the iron hinges on the main portcullis. Still locked, still rusted. Still your responsibility if it jams when it's needed most. You run your gloved hand down the edge. It's freezing to the touch. You think about the day shift. Better in some ways. Sunlight, warmth, people to talk to. But during the day there's shouting, drills, inspections. At night you're alone, forgotten. Except if someone breaks in. Then suddenly everyone remembers the night guard. Back inside, you take your seat again. You tilt your head and rest it briefly against the cold stone wall. Your helmet's off. too heavy for hour 7 of nothing. You rest your hand on your spear like it's a staff or a crutch. Maybe both. You hear something. A sound just beyond the gate. Not a voice. Not quite a footstep. You stand too fast. Your knees complain. You move toward the door. Grip your spear. Hold your breath. It's nothing. A bird, maybe. Or the gate settling in the frost. You wait a few moments longer, then exhale slowly and return to your post. False alarm. You're jumpy tonight. Can't afford not to be. You sit again, slowly. Your joints creak like a drawbridge. You pull a strip of dried meat from your pouch. Cold, hard, a bit of gristle stuck to the edge. You chew slowly, jaw aching. This is dinner. Once, a noble boy sneered at your meal as he passed. He had a pastry in one hand and a silk handkerchief in the other. You didn't say anything. You just kept chewing. That's what guards do. Keep chewing. Keep watching. Keep standing. Until they don't. You remember your first winter watch. Toes numb for days. Fingers purple. Skin cracked and bleeding. You learned the trick of wrapping wool inside your boots, layering grease cloth under your gloves. It helped. A little. Midnight bells toll. You stand and make your round. From the eastern tower to the west, past the armoury, past the chapel. You pause there. Light flickers in the chapel window. The priest must be praying again. He never sleeps either. You climb to the wall walk and scan the woods beyond the outer bailey. Black trees sway in a sea of mist. The moon casts a pale stripe across the fields. You see no movement. You see everything. You think of your mother's farm, of harvest moons and cider, and wonder if she's still there. You hope she is. You make it back to your post just as the brazier dies completely. You don't bother relighting it. The cold keeps you awake better anyway. Sometime after the last bell, the captain arrives. His boots echo on the stone as he enters. He doesn't speak at first, just looks you over, checks the ledger, taps the pike rack once with the butt of his halberd. Still breathing? He asks. Barely, you answer. He grunts, then passes by without further word. He never says, "Good work." You're not here for praise. You're here because someone has to be. He leaves. You stretch once more, rotating your shoulder. The fog is lifting. The sky to the east is beginning to pale. Soon the bells will ring for morning prayer, and your shift will end. The day guards will arrive, loud, well-rested, and freshly shaven. You'll nod, hand off your spear, and disappear back into silence. You descend the tower steps and make your way to the barracks. Your cot is rough. The blanket smells of mildew and smoke, but it's yours. You peel off your cloak, set your boots beside the bed, and sit a long moment before lying down. As your eyes begin to close, you hear the castle come alive, shouting in the yard, buckets clanking, the cook's voice barking orders. You've earned your sleep, but you know you'll be back tonight. The castle doesn't guard itself. There was a time last year, you still remember it, when bandits tried to storm the gate. Not many, just 6 or 7 desperate men, starving, drunk on stolen wine. They came after midnight, thinking the wall guards were asleep. You weren't. You sounded the bell. You shouted. You held the gate while others armed themselves. One of them, a tall one with an axe, almost made it to the portcullis. You caught him with a spear thrust through the ribs. He collapsed at your feet, died gurgling in the dirt. You didn't sleep for 3 nights after that, but no one thanked you. The steward sent down an extra crust of bread. The sergeant nodded once, said, "You did your job?" That was it. You did sleep eventually. And when the bruises faded and the frostbite healed, you were posted right back on the gate. Because now they trusted you to stay awake. That was your reward. You shift your weight again, bones grinding. Your hip has a knot in it from years of leaning on stone. You ignore it. You've gotten used to ignoring things. Hunger, cold, the sneers of nobles, the fear of being the first to die if anything truly bad happens. And yet, despite everything, there's pride. Not the kind people toast in halls, but the kind that keeps your back straight when no one is watching. You keep the castle safe. That matters. Even if no one sees it. You adjust your gear one last time before bed. The leather straps of your jerkin are cracked, the iron studs dulled from years of wear. Your helmet, dented at the rim, hangs beside your bunk. You should replace it. You won't. It still works. Around you the other guards breathe deep in sleep. Some snore. One twitches as if fighting in his dreams. You envy them. They've done their part. Now they rest. You lie on your side and stare at the wall. The mortar lines look like roads on a map, winding and uncertain. You trace them with your eyes until they blur. Somewhere above, in the solar, nobles stretch in feather beds. Below them, you sleep with a knife under your pillow and your cloak wrapped around your feet. And still, if something were to go wrong in the dead of night, it would be you they send first. Because that's what castle guards are for. You close your eyes, and for a few precious hours, you don't have to watch anything. You rise in silence. It's not that anyone is asleep near you, it's that they're all long gone. The scullery maid is curled up by the hearth. The stable boy has vanished into straw. The cook's snores echo faintly through the kitchens. But your work begins now. In the hollow hours no one else wants, you are the night watchwoman. You're not a guard exactly. You don't wear armour. You don't carry a sword. But you walk the halls with a lantern in one hand and a key ring in the other. And if something catches fire, if someone cries out, or if something moves that shouldn't, it's your problem. You wear soft shoes, patched and tied with scraps of cloth. You move without echo, that's the rule. Your dress is wool, thick and plain, with extra layers underneath, because the corridors at night are cold enough to crack teeth. Your lantern clicks once as you light it. The tallow candle flickers, casting long shadows across stone. You check the nursery first. 2 noble children, sleeping fitfully beneath embroidered quilts. You don't know their names. You know when they have fevers, though. You know which one wets the bed. You straighten the blanket and leave without a sound. Next, the Hall of Tapestries. Grand scenes of battles and blood and glory. You pass them slowly, your flame dancing in the glassy eyes of long-dead knights. Something creaks behind you. You don't turn around. Just keep walking. You're not paid to be scared. You pass the library next. It's locked, but you check the door anyway. The last time it was left open, rats chewed through a manuscript, and the steward barked about it for a week. You jiggle the handle. Firm, you move on. The chapel is quiet. A votive candle still burns at the altar. You pause to snuff it, not out of irreverence, but caution. Last winter, a stray ember nearly caught the drapes. You touch the iron candlestick to make sure it's cold, then continue. You climb a narrow stairway, lantern held high. Your legs ache. This is your 3rd round tonight, and the castle isn't small. You walk with purpose, not hurried, not slow, Your ears stay sharp. You hear the creak of wood, the scuttle of mice, the faint drip of condensation off stone. You know every sound the castle makes. What's normal? What isn't? In the east wing, you find a window open. That's not right. It's latched from the inside during supper hours, and no one has reason to open it now. You set your lantern on the floor and close the window quietly. You don't report it. The steward doesn't believe in ghosts. You do. You check the laundry room next. Rows of steaming linens hung from rafters earlier are now stiff with cold. You tug one cloth down. A noble's cloak. Someone left it too close to the wall torch. The hem is singed. You sigh. You'll fix it yourself before anyone notices. You take the cloak with you, folded under your arm. You'll mend it in the still hour before dawn, when the fire is low and your fingers shake from exhaustion. The kitchen corridor is next. A pot left on the hearth still steams faintly. You lift the lid. Onion broth, thin and sour. You dip a crust of bread into it, careful not to take too much, just enough to feel like a person again. You don't eat with the others. You're not on their schedule. No one saves you a plate, but you've learnt which shelves hide a wedge of cheese or a shriveled apple. The cook pretends not to know. Maybe she pities you. Maybe she once walked these same halls. You check the stair to the Lord's Solar. You do not go up. You're not permitted. That's where the other world lives. The world with feather beds and warmed slippers and voices that ring with command. You just watch it from below. You head toward the servant dormitory. A baby cries behind one door. You knock gently. A mother opens, bleary-eyed. You pass her a flask of warm water. She nods, thanks you without speaking. You leave her to it. Sometimes, when the castle sleeps, the walls feel alive. Not haunted exactly, but heavy with all the lives passing through them. The floor beneath your feet was scrubbed by 1,000 women before you. The stone arch above you was carved by someone who's been dust for centuries. You don't feel small, you feel connected. That's what keeps you moving. You take your final round just before dawn. The lantern is low now. You tilt it to coax out more light from the stub of candle, but there's not much left. The flame flutters, casting dancing shadows along the hallway walls. You pass through the lower storerooms, eyes peeled for anything out of place. This is where the rats come, where a spark could start a fire that would eat the whole castle. You pause by the armory door. It's cracked. That's wrong. You step inside, heart quickening. You don't have a weapon, just your keys, just your voice. You scan the racks. Swords, pikes, axes, all accounted for. You check the back wall. Nothing. No one. A draft must have nudged the door, or someone left it unlatched. Still, you shut it firmly and slide the bolt home. Back at your seat near the kitchen hearth, you finally let yourself rest. You set the lantern beside you, unwrap the cloak you carried, and pull out needle and thread. The mending takes time. Your stitches are slow, but even. You've done this before. You finish just as the bells toll for morning prayer. The castle stirs. A door creaks. Someone groans. Another day begins. You fold the cloak. You return it to its peg. You climb to your cot above the linen stores, barely more than a shelf. You tuck your legs beneath your skirt, curl into yourself like a letter unopened, and close your eyes. The castle breathes around you. You sleep. There are moments in the middle of the night when you forget the hour entirely. The castle exists out of time. its own little world of shadow and draught and silence. The walls breathe, the rafters creak. You've learned to tell which sound means loose timber and which means wind. You carry a small pouch of salt in your apron, not for seasoning, for protection. The old cook told you once that evil things dislike salt, that if you ever saw something that didn't belong in the halls, you should throw it at its feet. You've never had to, but the pouch stays. In the east corridor, near the old chapel, there's a patch of stone colder than the rest, no matter the season. You step over it every time. Just a habit, no one talks about it. Sometimes a nobleman's mistress will be out late, slipping from one chamber to another. You pretend not to see. You keep your eyes down, your keys quiet. Secrets are not yours to keep, but they are yours to carry. You once caught the steward himself stealing candles, taking them from chapel stores to light his own hearth in winter. He locked eyes with you, said nothing. Neither did you. But a week later, you found a thick blanket folded on your cot. No explanation. You never mentioned it. These are the quiet trades of castle life. The unspoken debts and wordless bargains, made not in coin but in silence and stitches. And you are fluent in them. In the quietest part of the night, just before the birds begin to stir, you sometimes pause beneath the great window overlooking the courtyard. You let the lantern hang low just for a moment, and you look up. The stars shimmer, hard and cold and far beyond reach. But they're always there. No matter what happened that day, no matter what burns or breaks, the stars return. You think of your mother's stories. She used to say the night had ears, that it listened to the women who worked while others slept. And maybe it does. You've whispered your share of wishes into its stillness, most of them practical, none of them answered. Still, the watching comforts you. You take a slow breath, stretch your aching arms, and begin walking again. The same halls, the same locks, the same long shadows. Because someone has to. Because someone always has. And tonight, as always, that someone is you. They tell me I came into this world on a cold morning in late November, though calendars didn't mean much in the village, unless it was planting season or a saint's feast. My mother gave birth to me on a pile of straw near the hearth, while my eldest sister threw more dung onto the fire, and my father muttered something about it being another mouth. It was my third sister that cut the cord with a knife we usually used for cheese, and then they wrapped me in rags that had once belonged to a cousin who died young, like most cousins did. It wasn't a dramatic affair, just another baby in a hut, already echoing with the coughs and snuffles of too many children in too little space. You don't get a name right away. That was superstition, mostly. A good portion of us never made it past the first few weeks, so it was bad luck to grow attached too soon. Half the village had buried a baby at some point, and the churchyard was dotted with tiny, unmarked graves, soft earth for short lives. So they waited a while, watched me closely, and only after I had survived my first bout of fever was I baptised by Father Oswin in a cold font that smelled faintly of mildew and sheep's wool. I don't remember it, obviously, but I do remember him years later. Crooked nose, holy breath, and a stare that could curdle milk. They called me Thomas, after an uncle who'd been kicked by a mule and died half an hour later. Names came from saints or corpses, sometimes both. My first bed was a wooden cradle stuffed with hay and lined with old cloths. It sat by the fire, if we had one going, or near the hearth's ashes if we didn't. Our house, if you can call it that, was made of timber and wattle and daub, with a thatched roof that leaked every time it rained harder than a drizzle, which, in England, was most days. The floor was earth. Real earth. It got swept occasionally, mostly with a bundled switch of twigs, and only when we'd stepped in something that shouldn't have been in the house to begin with. Chickens wandered in and out like they owned the place, and there was a pig who liked to sleep near my cradle for warmth. She smelled better than most of my siblings. We had no chimney, just a hole in the roof, and a hope that the smoke would go up instead of sideways. It didn't. Everything, clothes, hair, skin, reeked of smoke, the kind of scent that burrows into your bones and never quite leaves. As a babe, I was lucky to have milk. Some weren't. Wet nurses were a luxury, and most mothers fed their own if they had enough to give. My mother did her best, despite the 5 other squalling mouths and the winter ration of pottage that barely warmed a spoon. Weaning meant mashed peas, softened barley, and the occasional bit of bread soaked in broth. Teeth came early. Illness came earlier. I had 4 siblings older than me, 2 younger, and one I never met. He died in the night sometime around Candlemas, wrapped in a blanket and still warm when they found him. We didn't speak of it. We didn't need to. Everyone understood. By the time I could walk, I had chores. You don't get a childhood in the way modern folk imagine it. No toys, no school, no idle hours spent wondering about your feelings. My early years were spent chasing chickens, fetching water from the stream, which may or may not have had a dead squirrel floating in it, and being smacked with a wooden spoon if I got underfoot. We shared everything: beds, shoes, illnesses. My sister and I wore the same tunic in alternating weeks. It never quite dried between uses. Lice were normal. Fleas, expected. Worms? Only worth mentioning if they made you cough one up. As I got older, perhaps 6 or 7, my responsibilities grew. That's about the age when you're considered halfway useful. I'd help muck out stalls, scare off crows, and carry baskets of turnips so heavy I could barely see over them. Okay, my hands grew calloused before I ever held a quill. Not that I ever did. Some children, in towns or in the manors, were apprenticed or sent to monasteries. Not me. My fate was the fields, just like my father, and his father before him, back when England was mostly forest, and people still thought Vikings might show up on a Tuesday. There was a rhythm to peasant life. Seasons dictated everything. In the spring you sowed. In the summer you tended. In the autumn you harvested. In the winter you tried not to die. Simple. But even as a child you noticed things. The way the village held its breath during childbirth. The way people crossed themselves twice when smoke rose too thin from a neighbour's chimney. The way old men looked at the horizon like they expected something bad to walk over it. And often something did. We played, of course. Children always do. Games with sticks and stones, foot races, mock battles with straw swords. We laughed, scraped our knees, and fought like dogs over the last apple on the tree. But even then, there was work waiting. Always work. Sometimes, when Father Oswin wasn't looking, we'd sneak into the chapel just to feel the cool stone under our hands and see the candles lit. It felt otherworldly, a place where mud didn't stick and whispers echoed like prayers. I didn't understand Latin, but I understood silence and how rare it was. There was a boy named Will who lived 2 houses down. He'd lost 3 brothers to a fever, and used to say that if you saw 3 crows in the field before breakfast, someone would die before sundown. We all believed him. Superstition wasn't a pastime. It was a survival mechanism. Saints protected our animals, relics cured our boils, and dreams were warnings. Especially the ones with fire in them. My education was oral. Stories, prayers, curses. I learned what crops to plant when, how to spot a snake in tall grass, and that stepping on the church threshold with your left foot meant a week of bad luck. These were the lessons that mattered. Latin could wait. But even amid the muck and hardship, there were moments, bright ones, when the barley grew high and the wind smelled like sun, when someone brewed strong ale and laughter carried through the village like music, when the whole community gathered for a feast, no matter how small, and someone pulled out a fiddle or told a story so good even the pigs stopped snorting to listen. That was childhood. A mixture of hardship, hunger, noise, and fleeting joys. We were never clean, rarely full, and often cold. But we were alive. And in those years, that alone felt like a kind of victory. If I closed my eyes, I could still smell the smoke from the hearth, feel the straw poking through my bedding, and hear my mother's voice humming the same tune she did every evening. Something soft and wordless, like a lullaby made out of endurance. They say the first years shape a man. If that's true, then I was shaped by mud, ash, and the sound of my name being called for chores, and by the quiet understanding that nothing in life, not warmth, not food, not love, came without work. But it survived, which for a medieval peasant child is more than many could say. They say a child's first memory sticks with them forever. Mine is of a splinter. Not a big one, mind you. Just a nasty little sliver of wood I got from falling on the threshing floor while chasing a chicken. I wailed, of course. Not because it hurt that much, but because I was 5, tired, and already covered in half a morning's worth of mud. My mother yanked it out with her teeth and handed me a crust of bread too hard for a dog. That was comfort in our house. Removal of wood, followed by carbohydrates. In medieval England, childhood was less a protected phase, and more a short, muddy ramp-up to full exhaustion. You weren't coddled. You were taught, not through books or lessons, but by watching, copying, and occasionally getting swatted with a ladle if you did something particularly dim. I don't remember a time without work. By the time I could form sentences, I could carry water. A small bucket sloshing down my legs. By 5, I was feeding chickens. By 6, shooing crows off the barley. By 7, I was sent with the other boys to learn the fine art of not standing where the oxen are trying to walk. We called it learning. Today you'd call it survival training. Most of our day revolved around the needs of the house and field. Morning started early. Before the sun, if it was harvest season. We'd be woken not by roosters, but by my father's boots slamming the door shut behind him as he headed out. Our breakfast was cold pottage or leftover bread if the rats hadn't gotten to it first. No one asked how you slept. No one cared. The day didn't wait for dreams. We didn't have toys, at least not ones you'd buy or make on purpose. A good stick could become a sword, a javelin, or a horse, depending on how you swung it. Stones were game pieces, tools, or missiles. We played when we could, but always with one ear tuned to an adult calling our name. Or worse, calling our full name. That meant trouble. There were no schools for us. Education, if you were lucky enough to stumble into it, came from a priest who had time between funerals, or a village elder who'd tell you which mushrooms wouldn't kill you. The most I ever learned to write was the first letter of my name, scratched into the dirt with a twig. And even that was seen as a bit fancy. What I did learn, and quickly, was everything needed to stay alive, and mostly out of trouble. How to walk behind a plough without tripping. How to lift with your knees. How to spot a weasel in the chicken pen. How to keep quiet when Father Oswin started talking about sin and hellfire, and how to pretend you weren't the one who stole the last apple off the cart. Religion found you early. You didn't understand it, not really, but you understood fear. You feared hell. You feared the devil. You feared Agnes, the woman 2 houses down who looked at you funny and might have cursed your sister's goat. God you feared too, but he was a bit harder to picture. The priest painted him with fire and guilt and long silences. We nodded along, eyes wide, fingers crossed. Around age 7, things shifted. That's when you stopped being seen as a small creature and started being seen as a small adult. Your chores got more serious. You were expected to help in the field. Really help, not just fetch things. If you were a girl, you helped with the washing, the spinning, the endless cooking. If you were a boy, you joined your father or brothers with the animals and tools. If you were unlucky, you did both. My father said a boy's hands should be blistered by 8. Mine were. By then I'd already dropped a bucket on my toe, lost 2 fingernails to a millstone, and once got kicked into a puddle by a cow who didn't care for my face. Welcome to childhood. We were always outside, in the rain, in the frost, in the thick summer heat. No such thing as too cold or too hot when the barley needed tending, or the sheep had gone wandering into someone else's pasture. I knew every dip and stone of the path to the well, every splinter in the stable gate, every wormhole in the wood near the fire. We lived close to the earth, not by choice, but because it was literally our floor, our walls, our food, and half our illnesses. Sickness came often. Rashes, fevers, boils, you name it. Most weren't named, actually. You just got the sweats, or the shakes, or that coughing thing, and you either got better or didn't. The village had a midwife who also knew herbs. She helped when she could, but if the ailment was serious, your best hope was prayer, or luck, or both. Death wasn't abstract. I saw a friend of mine, Simon, go from laughing over a beetle to shivering in a blanket to being buried behind the chapel all in 3 days. No one explained why. They just said, God took him, and we moved on. Because you had to. Still there was fun, in strange places. We played in the stream. We pelted each other with snow and straw. We raced barefoot through the fields, yelping when we stepped on thorns or startled a frog. We stole turnips, then ran from the tanner, who claimed they were his. We'd huddle around the fire at night and listen to stories from the old men, tales of beasts, saints, and wars we didn't understand but loved hearing anyway. There was a rhythm to it all. You rose, worked, ate, scratched, slept, and dreamed. Sometimes of nothing more than a better pair of shoes, or a day when your tunic didn't itch. And you knew even then what your future would be. You'd grow taller, not taller than the Lord's Son, of course, but enough to lift heavier things. You'd marry, probably a girl from the same village with the same dirt under her nails. You'd have children who'd do as you did, and you'd die within a mile of where you were born. Not that anyone said this outright, but it was in the way people looked at you, in the way they measured your height by the doorframe and nodded as if to say, a few more years and he'll be useful. Childhood was less about wonder and more about waiting to be old enough to matter. On feast days though, oh, those were special. Saints' days or weddings brought out food, music, even a bit of dancing. I once had a honeyed oatcake I still think about, and one year they roasted a whole pig. It was like a miracle, meat that wasn't dried or boiled or questionable. We ran wild that night, bellies full, hearts light. And for a brief while, it felt like the village belonged to us, the children, as if just for one night the future was something to look forward to. But dawn always came, and with it the chores, the weight of wood on your back, the sour smell of the sheep pen, the clanging of the pail against the well wall, back to the cycle, back to the growing. By the time I was 10, I could drive a cart, gut a fish, spin a rope, and fix a broken fence. I knew when the rains would come by the scent of the wind, and I could guess the mood of my father by the way he shut the door. I was, for all intents and purposes, nearly grown. At 12, you're no longer a child. In the eyes of the village, the church, and your own aching bones, you're a working man. A small one, sure, but one expected to pull your weight. And so childhood ends. Not with a celebration, not with a speech, just with a new job, a longer list of things to do, and the quiet realization that from here on out, the only difference between you and your father is how much your back hurts. But I survived those years. I didn't freeze, didn't starve, didn't fall into the well or get crushed by the oxen. I made it to the part where people stopped calling me boy and started asking me to carry heavier things. And if that's not success in medieval England, I don't know what is. By 13, I'd stopped asking questions and started growing blisters instead. That's about the time a boy in our village stops being a boy. There's no ceremony for it, no candlelit moment where someone hands you a sword or a speech. One day you're helping in the fields, the next you're in the fields. All day, every day. Sunrise to sundown, stomach rumbling, back bent, eyes stinging from the wind and the smoke of last night's fire still clinging to your tunic. My voice had started cracking like the rafters in our cottage after a rainstorm, and the older men noticed. They began talking to me less like a child and more like a very disappointing colleague. "You missed a row, Thomas." "That plough line's crooked, Thomas." "Stop walking like your legs are made of porridge, Thomas." Encouraging stuff. Still, there was pride in it. I had a tool of my own. A scythe, duller than it should have been, but mine. I was trusted to feed the animals, turn the soil, even fetch deliveries from the manor storehouse, assuming the steward wasn't in one of his moods. I earned my bread now, quite literally, and I ate it with the dignity of someone who'd bled for it. Work came in seasons, just like weather and fevers. Spring was ploughing and sowing, your boots caked in wet earth, hands raw from gripping the handles. Summer meant long days under a wide, hot sky, your neck blistered, eyes squinting against the glare, swatting flies with every other breath. Harvest season was its own madness. No sleep, no rest, just reaping until your arms felt like someone else's. And winter. Winter was when you wondered if your toes still counted as part of you. Our food didn't get better now that I was older. If anything, I noticed how often we went without. Dinner might be a ladle of barley stew, chewy with leftover bones. Supper, if we had one, was cold. Bread hardened on the hearth. Once I cracked a tooth trying to bite through it. We laughed. Then we cried a little because we realised it was the last loaf. Water, fetched by my younger brother now, still came from the stream or the communal well, depending on which was less cursed that week. It always tasted a bit like moss and worry. We drank it anyway, when there was no beer. The older I got, the more I noticed the things grown men didn't speak of, but understood. How they'd glance at the sky and frown. How they'd listen to the hens clucking like it meant something. And it did. A change in weather, a spirit nearby, or just bad luck blowing in from the next village over. Bad luck came often. Sometimes it came in the form of a fever. Sometimes in the form of a cartwheel snapping at the worst possible moment. Once, it was a collapsed roof in the night. 2 of our neighbours gone by, mourning. I helped pull the bodies from the rubble. They didn't look peaceful. They looked surprised. Like even in a world where death was common, they hadn't expected that. Around this time, I started noticing girls. Noticed how they carried water with one hand and tucked their hair with the other. How they laughed even when their shoes were soaked and their fingers were chapped from scrubbing linens. How their eyes darted when the steward passed by. There was a girl named Elswith, lived near the mill, always smelled faintly of flour. She once gave me an extra slice of apple when she thought I looked pale. I don't know if she fancied me or just pitied me. Either way, I remembered that apple for weeks. But courtship wasn't candlelight and poetry. It was side glances while shoveling manure. Maybe a shared song during harvest. If you were lucky, you'd sit beside her at a feast. And if things went well, you'd ask her father, or the village reeve, for permission to wed. Love was optional, land was essential. I wasn't ready for marriage yet. I didn't even own a second tunic. But I was expected to contribute, not just to my family, but to the manor. Every able-bodied peasant owed labour to the lord. It wasn't up for debate. That meant working the domain, the lord's personal land, a few days a week, unpaid. You showed up, did your time, and tried not to collapse until after you'd finished stacking his hay. I remember one summer hauling stones for a new wall around the manor's herb garden. My back ached for a week. I don't even like herbs. I'd also learned by now how to keep quiet around authority. You didn't question the reeve. You didn't question the steward. And you certainly didn't question the lord, even if you thought his velvet hat made him look like a goose in disguise. Religion played a larger role now. I was old enough to understand the sermons, or pretend to. We knelt during Mass, mumbled along with the Latin we didn't understand, crossed ourselves, and hoped it would be enough. I confessed to sins I wasn't sure counted, coveting bread, speaking ill of the hayfork, once kicking a chicken because it startled me. Father Oswin said I should pray harder. I tried, but sometimes I fell asleep mid-prayer, exhausted from work and the cold and the low-burning knowledge that nothing was guaranteed. Not food, not health, not tomorrow. The manorial court became familiar too. Once every few weeks, villagers would gather, and the lord or his appointed judge would settle disputes. Boundary lines, livestock squabbles, accusations of theft. Once, A man was fined for taking firewood from the wrong grove. Another was whipped for hunting rabbits that technically belonged to the Lord. I watched. I learned. I kept my head down. Sometimes I dreamed of leaving the village, of running off to a town, finding work as a tanner or miller or even a guard. But those were stories you told yourself when the rain kept you awake, or when you were ankle deep in manure, and wondering if this was all life had to offer. But then I'd look around and see my brothers, my mother by the hearth, my father snoring in the corner, and the pig asleep in her usual spot. And I'd remember this was life. And it wasn't all bad. We had music sometimes. A fiddle, a pipe, a voice raised in song during a rare evening when the work was done early and the ale hadn't run dry. We had stories passed down by candlelight. We had the steady rhythm of the seasons, the first shoots of spring, the golden sheaves of autumn, the deep hush of winter snow. And slowly I found I wasn't the smallest boy anymore. There were others now, younger than me, looking up, watching how I tied the rope or sharpened the blade, asking questions I once asked. I wasn't yet a man, but I was no longer a child. My shoulders had filled out, my hands had stopped bleeding from the scythe, and my back only ached when it rained. One morning my father handed me a set of tools without a word, just nodded. That was it. My confirmation, my promotion, my induction into the long line of peasants who'd done the same work, in the same fields, under the same sun, for generations. And I took them. Because that's what you did. You carried on. Thomas had seen enough of courtship before he ever experienced it himself. Not the kind with flowers and whispered promises. Those were for stories told by travelling minstrels. Not for boys who spent their mornings knee-deep in pig muck and their evenings scraping dried oats off the cooking pot. Courtship in our village, and by our I mean the 30 or so souls who shared the same patch of frostbitten soil, was a matter of timing, bodies, and barley. You didn't fall in love. You grew into usefulness. By the time I reached 15, I was tall enough to reach the thatch and thin enough to be useful without needing much food. That made me marriageable. Not because I had anything to offer romantically. I didn't even have my own pair of boots yet, but because I could haul water, swing a scythe, and had enough teeth to chew through a turnip without making too much noise. That was about as dreamy as a man could get. My parents started talking about Ellen the same year I stopped sleeping in the corner of the main room and started sleeping in the loft. She was a year younger, known for her spinning, and had wide shoulders from churning butter since she could stand. We'd said maybe 6 words to each other in our lives, 5 of which were "move, I need the ladle." But our families both needed what the other could provide: hands, grain, and a quiet partnership that wouldn't cause trouble. Betrothal wasn't a grand affair. It was more like agreeing on a trade. My father spoke to hers, while I stood nearby pretending to adjust my cloak. They discussed grain yields, shared labour, and the fact that neither of us had any better prospects. Then a handshake, a nod, and it was decided. Thomas and Ellen would marry come spring. Spring came late that year. Mud stayed longer than usual, and 2 oxen died in the next village over. But when the church bells rang on St. Walpurga's feast day, we stood before the priest in our second best tunics, shivering more from nerves than cold. The whole ceremony took 5 minutes. Latin we couldn't understand. Vows we'd practiced the night before, and a kiss that was more a bump of noses than anything passionate. But we were married. The wedding feast was barley bread, hard cheese, and thin stew served in cracked bowls. Someone passed around a jug of ale strong enough to make old men weep. A few folks danced until their shoes came off. It wasn't lavish, but it was more food than usual, and nobody went home sober or hungry, which in our part of England counted as a miracle. We moved into the rear corner of my family's cottage, separated by a curtain made from an old flour sack. Privacy was a suggestion. Our first bed was straw and sackcloth over a frame of uneven planks. I say bed, more like a place where our bones rested between workdays. Still, it was ours. That meant something. Marriage wasn't a change so much as an expansion. You kept working, only now you had someone to share the blisters with. Ellen and I quickly fell into rhythm. I rose first to fetch water. She tended the morning porridge. I patched the fence. She wove the wool. Her tasks never ended. Neither did mine, but we got good at avoiding each other's tired spells, at picking up slack without asking. Romantic? Number but stable. Predictable. That was more useful than poetry. Ellen had strong opinions, though she rarely voiced them. But she was smart. Sharper than me in most ways. She kept track of stores, remembered debts, and knew when to nod during church, even if she'd fallen asleep standing up. She could spot a wormy apple from across the field, and once shamed a travelling peddler into giving us proper change just by staring at him. I respected her long before I realised I liked her. Children were expected. That's what marriage was for, after all. Adding labour to the household. It took a while. Our first winter was rough, cold enough to freeze the wash bucket mid-scrub. Food ran thin. Then in the spring, Ellen fell ill. She recovered slowly, her hands trembling for weeks. We didn't speak about babies that season, but by the next year, she was with child. Pregnancy didn't come with cushions and cravings. It came with nausea, work, and prayers. She worked up until the week of the birth. No doctor, just old Mab, the village midwife, who smelled of thyme and sweat and had delivered nearly every soul within shouting distance. Labour lasted from sunset to near dawn. I sat outside the whole time, carving pointless lines into the frozen earth with a stick. When I heard the cry, 2 cries, I didn't believe it. Twins, a boy and a girl. The boy we named Will. The girl, Alice. Will died 6 days later. No illness, no sign. Just didn't wake up. We buried him near the boundary oak, with a cross made from the last dry branch of the season. Loss was constant, but that didn't make it easier. Life moved on. It had to. The seasons didn't stop because we grieved. Ellen barely wept. She just folded Will's swaddling cloth and tucked it under the bed. Alice lived, grew, walked early, spoke late. Her laugh sounded like spring water over stone, clear, brief, surprising. We lived for that sound. As husband and wife, we had a simple understanding. We did not speak of dreams. Not aloud. Dreams were for the Lord's children, the ones who learned Latin and ate meat twice a week. Our world had no room for wants, only for tasks. The field needed tending. The wall needed mending. The pig needed salting. And we did it all year after year without fuss. But sometimes, when the fire burned low and Alice slept in the crook of Ellen's arm, I thought about building a second room, about teaching my daughter to read, about having a day, just one, without worry. Then the wind would howl through the thatch, and I'd remember who I was, Thomas, son of William, husband of Ellen, father of one, maybe more if luck held, a man with cracked hands, a weak roof, and a woman who warmed a stew without being asked. That was enough. The years following our marriage were not marked by great changes, but by small, repeated ones. A new tool, a second pig, a patch of land the steward let us borrow. Each improvement came with a cost. More labour, more obligation, more eyes on us. But they also stitched a new shape to our life. Our roles in the village became clearer too. I was no longer just young Thomas. I became Thomas who fixed the well rope, Thomas who loaned barley seed, Thomas whose daughter didn't die last winter. These small noticings, shared over ale or during idle talk near the bakehouse, mattered more than I admitted. Respect in a village doesn't come from speeches. It comes from surviving while being useful. Ellen, for her part, was respected by women and feared slightly by men, not because she was harsh, but because she remembered everything. She became a sort of informal registrar of marriages, debts, and feuds. No one could recall whose turn it was to borrow the cart. Ask Ellen. Couldn't remember if Martha's son was born before the plague or after. Ellen would know. By our 5th year, we had another child. A son this time, named Hugh after my grandfather. Ellen delivered him with old Mab again, though the midwife's hands were slower now, her eyes more sunken. I paid her with eggs and a new bundle of rushes for her floor. Hugh was hearty, loud, and always hungry. That last trait never changed. Marriage changed me in ways I hadn't expected. It made me think ahead. Not far, never more than the next harvest, but farther than I used to. I began to notice roofs that might leak come autumn, boots that wouldn't last the winter. I bartered more carefully, saved bits of tallow, kept kindling dry even when I was too tired to care. These weren't grand ambitions. They were survival skills, sharpened by the weight of others relying on you. Historically, peasants like me weren't expected to have inner lives. But the truth is, we did. We just didn't have time to dwell on them. The rhythm of life as a full-grown peasant is less a schedule and more a relentless loop. There's no concept of adulthood as we'd understand it today. Just a gradual thickening of calluses and responsibility. One morning you wake up and realise that no one tells you what to do anymore, because they assume you're already doing it. That's how you know you've made it. The year is not measured by holidays or birthdays. It's carved into your body by the seasons. Spring stretches your back with ploughing. Summer cracks your hands with reaping. Autumn stains your knees with muck from gathering. And winter? That's when your bones remind you of every bad harvest and every splintered fence you ever repaired. There's always something to do, and rarely anything to show for it. You dig, sow, mend, fetch, chop, patch, and then start over. The tools are basic. A wooden plough, a rusting sickle, a hoe that's more patched than iron, and when they break, which they do frequently, you either fix them with what little you have, or borrow from someone who will expect repayment in kind, or worse, in favours. My work, like most men's in our village, is dictated by the land and the Lord. I hold a few strips of earth in the open fields, not mine, technically, but mine to tend. In exchange, I owe the steward labour days, a few dozen in theory, closer to 100 in practice. These are spent repairing roads, harvesting the Lord's grain before my own, and helping construct things I'll never use. Last year it was a granary. year before, a new gatehouse. This year, rumour says we're building a dovecote. For birds we're not allowed to eat. On top of that, there's the tithe. 1/10 of everything I grow, raise or make goes to the church. In theory, it's for God. In practice, it means that if I produce 10 bundles of barley, only 9 come home, if no one else recalculates the share first. The priest says this keeps us humble. I say it keeps him well fed. The rest of my day is spent trying not to fall behind. If a fence breaks, I fix it. If a pig falls ill, I call in the neighbour who once treated his cousin's pig with an onion and a prayer. If the thatch leaks, Ellen and I climb the roof and patch it with whatever we've got. Straw, moss. On one occasion, the hide of a goat that had outlived its usefulness. It didn't help the smell. Our food depends on our labour. And luck. A good season means full bowls. A bad one means thin broth and tighter belts. Most meals are pottage again. Grains, weeds, the occasional onion. Meat is rare, eggs are seasonal, and milk depends on whether the cow feels like cooperating that week. Ellen makes the best out of it, but even she can't turn turnips into miracles. Barter keeps us afloat. A few spare eggs might buy a length of thread. A day helping thresh someone else's field might get me an extra portion of smoked fish. There's a quiet economy in every favour. Everyone owes someone something, and everyone remembers. What passes for rest is mostly a change in task. We mend tools while watching the children. We gossip while gathering firewood. We pray not out of leisure, but because it's the one task that doesn't require moving. Sometimes I catch myself thinking, is this it? Is this all there is? And then Alice runs in from the yard, laughing with a wooden doll Ellen carved from an old chair leg. Hugh tugs at my tunic, asking if he can help sharpen the sickle. I nod, because yes, this is it. And some days, it's enough. In the manorial world, community is everything. No one survives alone. The smith needs grain, the weaver needs meat, the priest needs wine, which he won't admit but drinks plenty of, and all of us need each other come harvest. If one family falls ill, others step in, not out of charity, but because next time it might be you. And of course, there are days of rest. Sunday Mass, Saint Days, the occasional feast where bread is slightly less hard and ale flows for free. We sit on logs, share stories, and pretend our backs don't ache. Those are the days we laugh. Not because life is easy, but because laughter costs nothing, and sometimes that's all we've got. Historians today might write of subsistence farming and feudal obligations. What they don't capture is how much of it feels like bailing water out of a leaking boat with your bare hands. Day after day, season after season. Still, you get up the next morning. You shoulder your tool. You nod to your neighbour. And you do it all over again. Because the land doesn't wait. And neither does life. The hardest part isn't the labour. It's the sameness. Every sunrise brings the same tasks in a slightly different order. The plough still sticks in the same patch of clay. The barn roof still sags. The oxen still pull with the enthusiasm of half-dead furniture. And through it all, the same ache settles into your joints. Not sharp, not screaming, just present. Like a dull companion you didn't invite, but who never leaves. There's a strange kind of pride in knowing your place in this order. I know when the frost will come by how the wind smells at dawn. I know how deep to plant barley just by running my fingers through the dirt. It isn't education, not like the monks have, but it's knowledge, hard won, felt in the bones. Our fields follow the open field system, just like every village from here to York. There are no fences, just long, narrow strips shared among dozens of families. Each family gets a few strips scattered across the 3 great fields, so no one hogs the best land. Fair, in theory. But try dragging a plough from one strip to the next when they're half a mile apart. It's not efficient. It's exercised by divine design. Once a year, the reeve, that's the Lord's man, walks the fields with his tally sticks and lists who owes what. If your yield is good, you owe grain. If it's bad, you still owe grain. The math is more spiritual than logical. And if you argue, you'd best enjoy digging ditches. You'll be assigned plenty. Taxes and tithes aren't the only thing pulling at your grain sack. Come autumn, the travelling merchants show up with cloth, salt, and promises. They trade high and buy low. I've sold 5 chickens for a spool of thread before. A bad deal, but the kids needed clothes, and chickens are replaceable. Children, less so. The village has no inn, no market square, no place to rest except the church steps or the dirt path itself. But it's a village all the same. We have elders who remember the fire of '89 when half the homes burned. We have newlyweds trying to carve a plot out of nettles. We have a man who claims he once saw a saint in the clouds. Most just nod and keep walking. Everyone sees strange things when they work alone too long. You learn to rely on people without trusting them fully. Borrow a scythe, return it sharper than before. Lend a hand, and someone will lend you one when your cart breaks. But if you owe too much, or complain too loudly, word gets around. And in a place like this, your reputation works harder than you do. The village women form the other half of the economy. Ellen spends her days spinning wool when she's not patching cloaks or boiling nettles into soup. The children gather firewood, though half the time they come back with pine cones and bruises. Even the elderly, those who've made it to the grand age of 50, still tend gardens or mend nets. No one is idle, not really. If you are, people wonder what's wrong with you. And yet, there's an odd beauty in the grind. The way mist curls over the fields in early spring. The soft thump of grain hitting the bottom of a storage bin. The moment after sundown, when the last ember in the hearth glows just long enough to show Ellen's face, tired but smiling. That's not nothing. When feast days come, the world briefly softens. Bread is baked in communal ovens. Ale is passed around. Even the Lord smiles, mostly because he's drinking better wine than we are. Children play with hoops. Old songs are sung. And for one moment, the difference between us and the manor feels a little less wide. It doesn't last, but we hold on to it. So yes, the work never ends. The ache never leaves. And the barley never grows as thick as you hoped. But somehow, through some stubborn thread of hope, you get up each morning, strap on your boots, or what's left of them, and walk into the field again. Because this is your life, and it's worth living, if only because it's yours. You don't plan for children here. They arrive like frost, sometimes early, sometimes late, and always without much warning. One moment, it's just you and Ellen by the hearth. The next, there's a squalling bundle wrapped in old linen, and the whole room feels smaller, noisier, warmer, and far more terrifying. Ellen gives birth in the same straw-stuffed bed where we sleep, mend clothes and sometimes argue over whether we have enough grain to last the week. There's no doctor, Just a midwife, old enough to remember delivering half the village, and 2 neighbour women boiling water and whispering prayers that don't sound entirely Christian. I wait outside, pretending to fix a broken latch, because there's nothing else I can do. Men are meant to stay out of the way until they're needed to dig the grave. Most births go well enough, though few go cleanly. There's blood always, sometimes more than seems survivable. Babies arrive how they please. Feet first, sideways, screaming or silent. And there's no certainty. Ellen's first was a stillbirth. We buried him under the hawthorn tree. No name, just a handful of dirt and a wooden cross I carved myself. When one survives, it feels like a small miracle. The priest baptizes the child within days, not just for salvation, but because, statistically, there's no time to wait. Roughly 1 in 4 children don't make it past their first year. Sometimes it's fever, sometimes choking, sometimes they just stop breathing, and no one knows why. The priest calls it God's will. The midwife mutters about ill winds. Me, I just hold Ellen's hand tighter. Once they're alive and screaming, life doesn't get much easier. Babies don't come with nappies. Cloth is scarce and expensive, so they're swaddled tight in strips of linen and left near the hearth where it's warmest. Ellen nurses them as best she can, though she's tired, always. We sometimes feed them pottage, thinned with ale if the milk runs dry. It's not ideal, but then again, nothing in a peasant's life ever is. There's no such thing as a nursery. The baby sleeps in our bed, between us, wrapped in the same blanket that smells of soot and sheep. If we had a cradle, it was burned 2 winters ago when we ran out of firewood. I carved a new one from pine, but it creaks like it's telling secrets. Every time it rocks, I pray it doesn't splinter under the weight of hope. Names are chosen fast. Not out of sentiment, but practicality. You name the child something common, something that can be shouted across a field. William, Alice, Hugh, Joan. Something easy to carve into a plank. You don't want to get attached to a name that might be gone before spring. Some parents wait weeks to see if the child survives. Others reuse names, like a coat passed down between siblings. Children don't get childhoods here. By the time they can walk, they're put to work. Gathering kindling, watching chickens, running errands. By age 7, they're expected to tend geese or weed the garden. By 10, they can plough. Ellen teaches them to spin and sew. I show them how to tie knots, sharpen blades, and read the sky. We don't punish them harshly, not because we're kind, but because life does that for us. 1 winter barefoot is lesson enough. A spoiled meal means hunger. A fall into the pond means days of fever. The world disciplines children more effectively than we ever could. We just try to keep them alive long enough to learn. Stories help, not the noble kind with dragons and brave knights. Ours are older, stranger. Tales of woods that whisper, saints that walk through snow, beasts that punish the greedy. We don't tell them to entertain. We tell them so the children remember what to fear. Religion, of course, runs through it all. We teach them to cross themselves, to fear sin, to fast on Fridays, to kneel even when their knees are raw. Not because we fully understand the scriptures, but because the church is always watching, and 1 wrong word in front of the priest can mean penance, or worse, gossip. And gossip spreads faster than fire. We light candles for St. Margaret if the baby's coughing. We keep dried herbs near the cradle, feverfew for headaches, rue to ward off evil, Chamomile to calm a colicky child, though chamomile's scarce and usually reserved for those who can afford indulgence, which we can't. Still, Ellen insists, and I don't argue. Sometimes faith is all we have. In some ways, raising children is the only legacy we have. We own no land. We write no books. When we die, it's up to them to remember our names. So we pass on what little we know. How to dig a furrow straight. How to soothe a burn. How to spot the good kind of mould growing on bread. These lessons, small as they are, might outlast us. Still, every cough in the night feels like a threat. Every fever is a challenge. There's no medicine to speak of, just boiled herbs and whispered prayers. If the child survives, you give thanks. If not, you dig another grave and try again. There's no real privacy. Not in a hut where everyone shares the same air and breathes the same smoke. When one child wakes coughing, everyone does. When one child cries with hunger, the sound sits in your ears for hours. Ellen sings lullabies in low whispers, old ones her mother taught her. Most of them about saints and spirits and stolen bread. We hang rowan branches above the door, not just for decoration but to keep sickness out. At least that's what the midwife says. I don't believe in such things, but I don't take them down either. You stop gambling with luck when you've buried 2 sons before their first birthday. Feast days give them something to look forward to. The village might roast a pig. The priest tells tales of miracles. The children run barefoot through the frost and come back red-faced and laughing. On St. Martin's Day, they get little bits of sweetened dough. It's not much, but they remember. Even in the dead of winter, children play. With bones, with sticks, with scraps. They make dolls from bundled straw, swords from firewood. I once saw my eldest son march through the snow wearing a broken pot as a helmet, commanding an army of chickens. There was no audience, no applause, just play. That's how they survive, I think. They don't know how hard life is. Not yet. And when they grow older, they ask about the world beyond the woods, beyond the manor. They ask if kings eat bread like us, if priests sleep in beds, if there are places where snow never falls and soup doesn't taste of roots and regrets. I never lie to them, but I don't always tell the truth either. There are some things a father says just to keep a child's hope alive. The winters are hardest on the little ones. Their fingers stay red and cracked. Their lips go blue at night, even with the fire burning. We wrap them in everything we own. Sometimes we tuck hot stones into cloth and place them near their feet, praying it buys us another hour of sleep without shivers. I've watched Ellen scoop our youngest from his blankets just to hold him tighter, afraid he might slip away if she doesn't. The midwife says it's normal to lose a child. Normal? I hate that word. It shouldn't be normal. But I say nothing. I just nod. And the next morning, I go chop more wood, because there's no time to mourn properly when there's a household to heat and mouths to feed. One year, the river froze over so thick that boys skated on it using flattened bones tied to their feet with string. They slipped and fell and bruised themselves half to death, but they laughed so hard you'd think they'd never known suffering. That's the kind of memory I hold on to. Laughter on ice. A moment when winter wasn't just about survival. And yet, not every family is as lucky. Our neighbours lost 3 children to fever in 1 month. The father stopped speaking for a year. The mother never smiled again. She just tended the goats and stared through people like they were ghosts. You learn quickly that grief is a quiet neighbour, always nearby, never loud, always watching. Still, there's pride in raising children who survive, even more in seeing them help. Our eldest, now 11, can mend a fence. He checks the snares. He counts the chickens better than I do. I watch him sometimes from the doorway, moving with purpose, jaw set like mine. And for a moment, I believe maybe, just maybe, he'll have a better life than I did. But I don't say that out loud. That kind of hope feels fragile, like thin ice. Better to keep it close, where the frost can't get it. The pain starts in your knees. That's where it always begins. You tell yourself it's the damp. Then your shoulders ache, your back throbs, and your hands curl in on themselves like old roots. You're not even 40. But your body thinks you've lived twice as long. My name's Thomas, and I've worked the field since I was tall enough to hold a rake. Now when I grip a tool, my knuckles crack like firewood. The ache isn't sharp. It's just there, like the cold, or the smoke, or the weight of the thatch on our roof. You get used to it, sort of. Illness is part of life. Not the kind that knocks you down once in a while. The kind that settles in and stays. One winter, Ellen coughed so hard I thought she'd bring the rafters down. We boiled onion in ale and made her drink it by the spoonful. A local woman said to rub goose fat on her chest and hang garlic from the ceiling. We did both. She lived, so maybe it worked. Or maybe she just refused to die while the stew still needed seasoning. There's no doctor in the village. Closest thing is old Wren, who's either a healer or a witch, depending on who you ask, and whether the fever broke. She knows every herb in the woods. What makes your bowels move? What makes a wound close faster? What might kill a man slowly if he's been unkind to his wife? She says fever few for headaches, yarrow for bleeding, nettle for strength. I trust her more than the priest when it comes to sickness. Most remedies involve boiling something that smells worse than the illness itself. Then you drink it, sweat through your shirt, and pray. If that fails, they bleed you. A shallow cut on the arm sometimes leeches. The idea is to let the sickness out with the blood. Personally, I think it lets the strength out faster. The church has cures too. Holy water, relics, and enough prayers to drown a small chapel. Once, when our boy came down with a rash, the priest said it was punishment for my sins. Gave me a candle and told me to light it every night until the child got better. He recovered in 3 days. The priest claimed a miracle. I think it was the willow bark tea Ellen forced down his throat. We don't bathe often. Not because we like being filthy, but because bathing is risky. They say it opens your pores and lets disease in. So we sponge off with a damp cloth and hope no one gets too close. Lice are everywhere. Fleas too. Ellen combs our daughter's hair with a heated blade of wood, trying to kill what lives beneath the curls. It works, mostly. Wounds fester easily. I once stepped on a nail while fixing the shed roof. The foot swelled like a pig's bladder. Old Wren smeared it with honey and wrapped it in dock leaves. She said honey draws out the bad humours. Maybe it does. The swelling went down, eventually. I limped for months, but I kept the foot, which feels like a win. When something worse comes, real sickness, the kind that spreads like fire and smells like death, we panic. Lock the doors. Burn herbs in the hearth. Some say plague rides on the breath of sinners. Others say it comes from the east in the belly of rats. We don't argue. We just try to stay alive. During one outbreak, we lost 8 in the village. They were buried before the dirt had even thawed. The humours. That's the theory anyway. Blood, phlegm, yellow bile and black bile. Balance them and you stay healthy. Upset them and you're doomed. I never understood it. But people who do say, if your bile's off, you'll get boils. If your blood's too hot, you get nosebleeds. Everything has a reason, just none that help you feel better. Children are hardest to watch suffer. They don't understand why the world hurts. Our youngest once screamed for 2 days straight, swollen with something we couldn't name. Wren gave us a charm made of rowan and thread. Ellen tied it around his neck, sobbing into the cloth. He lived, but we still keep the charm. The church forbids some cures, says they're pagan. But when your daughter's lips turn blue and she won't wake, you don't worry about theology. You boil the roots. You whisper the words. You call on saints and spirits alike. Most of us will die from something small. A cut that rots. A fever that lingers. A toothache that turns to abscess. I've seen a man scream from a molar until he passed out cold. They pulled it with pliers and a prayer. He didn't wake up. No one talks about it. Sometimes I wonder what it's like elsewhere. Do the nobles get sick like us? Do they have herbs? Or do they just close their heavy doors and let the poor die first? I've never seen a noble sneeze. Maybe they have better humours. Despite it all, life goes on. We get up, we cough, we limp. We press cloth to the bleeding and keep moving. Because the sheep need herding. The grain needs grinding. The world doesn't stop for your sickness, not until you do. The older I get, the more I think pain is a kind of background music. Always playing, never noticed until it stops. My legs seize up during the frost. My wrists throb after chopping wood. No one calls it illness, it's just being alive. In our village, no one talks much about pain. It's not considered polite. If you complain too loudly, someone might assume you're cursed, or worse, malingering. So we grunt, we groan, we mutter, just the weather, and we keep digging trenches with hands that barely close anymore. Women have it worse. Ellen once worked through a fever so severe she hallucinated bees crawling under her skin. Still, she finished spinning the yarn, baked the bread, fed the chickens. She collapsed only after the last chore was done. Wren called it hard winter sickness. I call it exhaustion, dressed in disease. Some villagers believe in charms. Knots of thread hung over doors, feathers tied with nettle stalks, carved bits of wood soaked in salt water. Are they foolish? Maybe. But I've seen people healed after the charms went up. And I've seen people die after the priest said they'd be fine. So who's to say? Even dreams change when you're ill. I once dreamed I was walking through a warm forest, barefoot, with no pain in my hips. Just walking, that's it. That was the dream. I woke up and cried because it wasn't real. Ellen didn't ask why. She just held my hand. On feast days, we give thanks for what hasn't killed us. Sometimes we even laugh about it. Old Harold, who lost a finger to rot and now makes rude gestures with his stump. Or young May, who swears by drinking warm vinegar to cure headaches. Doesn't work, but the face she makes is worth the show. Death never arrives with a trumpet. It's a slow cough, a shadow behind the eyes, a finger that won't stop swelling. You learn the signs, you feel it before it knocks, and still you hope you're wrong, because even after everything, after the pain, the weakness, the fear, no one wants to leave this hard, beautiful, miserable life. Illness doesn't just affect the body, it changes the rhythm of the house. Fires are stoked higher. Meals go half-cooked. Chores fall to children. Ellen once ran the house alone for 3 weeks, while I battled a lung infection that rattled like pebbles in a jar. When I could finally sit up again, the house looked the same, but Ellen didn't. Her eyes were older, her back more bent. When death does come, it's quiet. No fanfare, no sudden screams. Just a stillness in the chest, a cooling of the hands. We wash the body, say a prayer, and bury them before the flies arrive. There's no embalming, no long mourning period. Just a short walk to the edge of the woods, a shovel, and enough tears to soak the first handful of earth. Afterward, the priest comes by with blessings. He says suffering is a test. I nod, but I'm not sure what we're meant to prove. Maybe that we can keep going, that we can wake up the next day, relight the fire, boil the herbs, and pretend the house isn't missing something precious and irreplaceable. Maybe that's all there is to it. Some mornings, before my back's even straightened out and my hands have remembered how to grip, I hear the bell, low and mournful, carried on the wind like an old secret. That's the church bell. It tells us when to rise, when to rest, when to repent, and when to bury another neighbour. My name is still Thomas. I've been a son, a brother, a husband, a father, and, after enough winters, a mourner more times than I care to count. I've built fences, tilled fields, raised children, and tried, above all else, to be good. Not clever, not important, just good enough not to bring shame, sickness, or supernatural punishment upon this little stretch of muddy ground I call life. In our village, religion isn't something you think about. It's something that thinks about you. Constantly. The church is the largest building for miles, and the only one with enough stones to look permanent. Everything else rots, leaks, or burns. But the church stands like God's own ledger, watching and waiting. Every Sunday, we file into that stone echo chamber to listen to Father Elric, who delivers sermons like they're firewood, heavy, splintered, and absolutely necessary. He talks of sin like it's the air we breathe, and heaven like a place we might earn if we just keep coughing through the cold without complaining too much. Mass isn't optional. The Lord demands it, the priest enforces it. And Agnes, who gossips with the fury of 10 monks, will absolutely report you if your seat is empty. I missed one Sunday during the fever and spent the next week repenting publicly and coughing into the communal chalice. The church calendar runs our lives. There are holy days, saints' days, fasting days, and days when you're only allowed to think about your sins. There are feast days too, but you better hope your Lord is generous, because the church won't be footing the bill for the meat pie. We tithe, 1/10 of everything we grow, raise, or earn. That means 1/10 of our grain, eggs, wool, chickens, even if we're already on the edge of starvation. It's called God's share. Funny how God's share always ends up in the priest's granary. Religion governs more than food and time. It governs how you marry, how you bathe, how you sleep, and how you die. Ellen and I were married in that church with a blessing and a warning. "Obey your husband," the priest said. She nodded, then squeezed my hand so hard I thought my knuckles might pop. Every child is baptized in the first days after birth, even if they're barely breathing. Especially if they're barely breathing. We need to get them in the door of heaven before fever or fate slams it shut. We've lost 2 like that, wrapped them in linen, buried them behind the chapel wall. Father Elric said they were safe now. I didn't ask for proof. Our children know their prayers before they know their numbers. Latin rolls off their tongues like nursery rhymes. We don't understand half of what we're saying, but the words matter. Repetition is protection. Say the right thing, bow at the right time, and maybe the Lord will let the crops grow this year. The Church teaches us that hell is always waiting, a place of fire, darkness, and eternal wailing. It's described with more passion than heaven, which sounds lovely but vague, pearly gates and singing angels. But hell, that's vivid. It has levels and rules and demons with names. Makes you wonder which place the clergy thinks about more. There's a saint for every disaster. Saint Apollonia for toothaches, Saint Anthony for lost animals, Saint Scholastica for storms. We don't light candles, we beg favours. Some wear tokens. Others whisper prayers into tree trunks or bury relics in their gardens. Officially, that's not condoned. But we're peasants. We'll take protection from wherever we can get it. Superstition fills the gaps where the Church won't go. A dream of falling means a death's coming. A barn owl in the rafters means a curse. If the fire hisses without wind, someone's lying in the room. We hang horseshoes over the door, place iron near the cradle, and never, ever speak the name of someone recently buried after dark. Old Wren keeps bones wrapped in cloth under her bed, says they're from saints. Agnes says they're from rats. But when the crops failed last year, even Agnes went to Wren for a blessing. Sometimes, when the priest leaves the village, Wren visits the sick. She mumbles over them, burns herbs, and says words in a language no one claims to know. Half the time, they get better. The priest doesn't ask how. Confession is its own ritual. You kneel on cold stone, list your sins, envy, pride, sloth, that time you swore at a cow, and the priest tells you how many prayers it'll take to earn back God's good graces. It's not math, but it feels like it. Small sin, 5 Hail Marys. Big sin, longer kneeling and maybe a scolding. The trick is to never confess anything that might require public penance. Sometimes they flog people in the square. A boy who stole bread. A woman who cursed during childbirth. The Church calls it correction. The rest of us call it spectacle. We watch because not watching looks suspicious. And because the world's so grim, it's hard to look away from a drama that isn't your own. Punishments are harsh, but vague. The Church's justice isn't about fairness. It's about example. It's about fear. They want obedience, not understanding. We don't ask why. We just bow our heads and avoid questions that don't have safe answers. Even holidays are theirs. Christmas, Easter, Pentecost, days meant for rest, but never for joy without guilt. We attend Mass, fast, and maybe, if the Lord allows, eat something better than gruel. I remember once we had venison. The priest said it was a gift. I saw the squire dragging the deer through the woods 2 days earlier. Maybe the saints delivered it, or maybe they were just busy looking elsewhere. There's comfort in the ritual, even when you're not sure you believe every word. Lighting a candle for a lost child, kneeling beside your wife as she prays for a better harvest, holding a trembling hand in the confessional and whispering something that's weighed on you since the frost took your neighbour. I've buried friends who died with rosaries in their hands. I've seen men scream for mercy with their last breath. The church says heaven waits for the faithful. But when the earth is hard and the stomach is empty, faith can feel like a coin flipped into the dark. Maybe it lands somewhere good, maybe it doesn't. Still, I pray every night for my children, for Ellen, for the animals, even for Agnes, just in case. And I try to be good, because in a world where you don't have much, no title, no money, no say, your goodness is the only thing you get to choose. Sometimes that's enough. Sometimes it has to be. Every family has a story of a miracle, or at least something close enough. My grandmother swore the Virgin appeared in the frost on our window one winter. My uncle claimed a saint spared his leg from gangrene after he dreamed of fire. Are they true? Who knows? But when the snow is falling, and the roof groans under the weight, and the fire's gone low, you tell those stories again, not because they're certain, but because they're kind. And in this life, that's a rare thing. So tomorrow, I'll rise again with the bell, bow my head at Mass, and thank the saints I've made it this far. Not because it's easy, but because it's what we do. We endure, we believe, and we carry on. One prayer, one superstition, one cold morning at a time. It's strange, feeling old in a body that's barely seen 4 decades, but that's how it goes. I'm 40, give or take, no one's really counting, and I creak like the barn door in November. My name is still Thomas, and I've worked these fields since I could stand upright. I've got more scars than memories, and most mornings I feel like a tree that was struck by lightning but didn't quite fall over. They call us old when our backs curve and our teeth start dropping. Not because we've earned some great title or pension, but because it's rare to even reach this age. Most don't. Most are buried before they ever get to mutter about aching joints or how things used to be better back when bread didn't taste like old dirt. So here I am, still breathing, still bending, still one stubbed toe from becoming a cautionary tale for the younger lads. My hands, once strong enough to lift bundles of wheat and wrestle stubborn pigs, now tremble when I grip the plough. My knees, which have spent years kneeling in dirt, prayer and grief, complain with every bend. I've started walking with a stick. Not because I want to, I'd rather limp like a fool, but because it's that or cruel. You'd think I'd earned some rest by now, but there's still wood to chop, grain to grind, and animals to feed. Ellen says I should take it easy, but the fire doesn't light itself, and no one else is going to keep the roof patched. So I move slower, ache louder, and pretend I'm still as sharp as I was back when I could sprint across the village without pulling something. Truth is, you age fast when you spend your life in mud, wind, and worry. The sun carves lines into your face. The cold hollows out your bones. And the hunger, even when it doesn't kill you, leaves its mark. It's not just the body, it's the loss. I've buried more people than I can name. My father died when I was barely big enough to carry a shovel. My sister, in the great fever of '89. One of my boys during the last frost, when the chimney cracked and the smoke filled the room before we woke. We don't cry loudly. That's not how it works. We nod, we dig, we lower them into the earth, and then we go home and scrub the hearth as if that will bring them back. Some folks turn bitter, others quiet. I've done both. These days, I mostly just talk to the fire. In the village, you become the old one once you outlive 2 generations. Children start asking your opinion, even if you've never said anything worth repeating. You get asked to bless meals, settle arguments, explain why the moon looks odd, as if surviving makes you wise. But I know better. Half of survival is luck. The other half is sheer stubbornness. There's no such thing as retirement. That word doesn't exist for us. When you can't work the fields anymore, you mend tools, scare crows, or tend to the chickens with whatever's left of your knees. If you're too feeble for even that, you tell stories and hope someone leaves bread at your door. If you're lucky, you'll have children who still live close and kind enough to care for you. If not, the winter decides when it's time to lie down for good. Meals grow smaller too. The best cuts go to the younger ones. They've got work to do. You make do with crusts, soup from bones, and whatever's still growing in the back plot. My teeth are fewer now, and I chew slowly, carefully, like every bite is a negotiation. Sometimes I forget what food tasted like when I still had all my molars. Not that it was ever much to begin with. My hearing isn't what it was either. Half the time I pretend I didn't catch the insult or the joke. The other half I genuinely didn't. The younger lads think I'm going soft. Let them. There's power in being underestimated, and peace in not hearing Agnes's complaints the first time around. Every now and then I catch a glimpse of myself in the water trough, a face I barely recognise, sunken cheeks, greying beard, eyes that look like they've seen too much and remember too little. My hair, once thick and dark, is now thinning and wiry, more hay than hair. Ellen says I'm still handsome. I think she lies out of pity or habit. Either way, I let her. The church says we gain wisdom as we age. That time polishes the soul. Maybe that's true. Or maybe we just learn how to complain more politely. Still, I do find myself thinking more. Not about regrets, but about patterns. How the rains come earlier now. How children stop asking questions once they see you don't have answers. How death doesn't surprise you anymore. Just reminds you to keep your good cloak mended. In the evenings, I sit near the hearth and carve things from scrap wood. Little animals, faces, once a rosary. Ellen says it keeps me quiet. I say it keeps me sane. There's not much difference anymore. Sometimes I walk to the edge of the village and just stand there, looking at the trees. I used to climb them when I was a boy. Now, I watch the wind move through their branches and wonder which will fall first, me or the oak near the stream. The lads think I'm strange, that I've grown quiet, soft, thoughtful. But that's just what happens when you've lived long enough. You run out of noise. You realise that most arguments weren't worth the breath, and most of the people you argued with are gone anyway. You notice the small things more. The way frost clings to the edge of the window like lace. The sound of Ellen's stitching late at night. The smell of fresh straw on the floor. They don't seem like much, but when your bones hurt and your days blur, these details are what anchor you. You also start to reckon with what you've done, and haven't. The child you yelled at too harshly. The feast day you skipped to rest. The neighbour you never quite forgave. The little things that stick, long after bigger memories fade. The lads in the village say I'm lucky, that I've made it this far. But they don't see the toll it takes. How every cough feels like a warning. How every winter could be the last. They see me smile and think I've made peace with things. But most days, I'm just tired. I still work, in my own way. I sharpen tools. I teach the younger ones how not to cut their thumbs off with a sickle. I sit with the dying when no one else can bear it. That last one. That one's important. There's something about being near someone when they pass. It's not loud or dramatic. It's quiet. Like a candle going out when no one's watching. And I pray more. Not for myself, but for my children. For Ellen. For the strength to keep rising each day, even when I'd rather not. Faith changes with age. It stops being about reward and becomes more about rhythm. Like breath, or the seasons. So I carry on. Slowly, quietly, with a limp in my step and 1,000 memories in my bones. I don't know how much time I've got left, but I know how to use it. I'll feed the fire. I'll teach the young. I'll kiss Ellen's cheek while she's still within reach. Because even in a world built to forget men like me, I remember and I endure until I can't. And even then, the sun will rise and someone else, maybe one of mine, will carry the pail, sow the field, and remember my name, if only in passing. There's no grand finale, no parade, no one reads your name from a scroll or carves it into anything fancy. When a peasant dies, the world keeps spinning. The bread keeps baking. The animals still need feeding. But for the handful of people who knew your laugh, your limp, or the way you always cursed at the rooster, it matters. At least for a while. I suppose I always knew how it would end. Not dramatic, not clean, just slow. A fire that gets smaller each winter, until one day it goes out for good. There are no doctors, no warm hospitals, no last-minute miracles. Just a straw mattress, a bucket nearby, and people trying not to look too worried, or too relieved. The signs come slowly at first. You wake later, eat less. The strength in your hands disappears like morning frost. Ellen watches me closely now. Not in fear, but with that quiet attentiveness she's always had. She knows I'm slipping. So do I. I've started putting things in order. Not because I think death can be scheduled like a village council, but because I'd rather not leave a mess. I've shown our eldest where the tools are buried, the ones I kept sharp. I've told him which wall leaks when it rains, and where I once stored the dried rosemary Ellen likes to use for soup, though I doubt it still smells of anything now. There's a weight to these days, a slowness. The world feels dimmer at the edges like dusk that never lifts. But I'm not afraid, truly. I've lived through famine, frost, and funerals. Death is no longer a stranger, more like a neighbour who knocks occasionally just to see if you're home. The priest has been by twice this week. He doesn't say it outright, but he carries his little book of rites now, tucked beneath one arm like a secret waiting to be opened. Last time, he asked if I had any sins to confess. I said I had a list, but the rooster incident was probably the worst of them. He didn't laugh, but Ellen did. We peasants don't get grand funerals. No choirs, no carved angels. If you're lucky, you get a box. More often, it's just a woolen wrap, a short prayer, and a shallow grave somewhere near the chapel wall. The important thing is the blessing. Without it, well, you're risking purgatory. Or worse. I've seen too many buried without rites. A fever takes someone too quick. The priest is off in another parish, and they're laid to rest with nothing but hurried hands and whispered hopes. That won't be me, I hope. I've tried to live clean, paid my tithes, honoured the saints, even fasted on days when there was food to fast from. I remember the last frost that took a man before his time, old Gerard. He slipped on the path by the well, broke his leg, and never stood again. We wrapped him in his cloak, the good one with the patches. and laid him beneath the yew tree. His widow, Marjorie, placed his walking stick at his side, said he might need it in the next world. Burials are quiet here. The bell tolls once, maybe twice. Neighbours gather if they can, but work rarely pauses. The cows won't milk themselves. The village doesn't stop because one soul stopped breathing. And yet, there's a kind of grace in the simplicity. No procession, no grand eulogy, just familiar hands, familiar dirt, and a cross made from two crooked branches. We mark our dead not with stones, but with stories. The way he laughed, the way he always fixed the church roof before anyone asked, the way he once ate an entire onion on a dare. That's how we live on, not in marble, but in memory. I've asked Ellen to sing for me when the time comes. Just a quiet hymn, nothing fancy. She has a soft voice, like a lullaby wrapped in wool. I'd rather go out listening to that than the priest's wheezing Latin. The children have started treating me differently too. My youngest granddaughter Alice asked if I was going to turn into a ghost. I told her only if she kept stealing turnips from the cellar. She giggled, but I saw the worry in her eyes. They all know. There's a tradition in our village, passed from mother to daughter. When death comes, you open the windows. Even in winter. It's said to let the soul out, to carry it skyward. I don't know if I believe it, but I've left instructions anyway, just in case. And then there's the matter of legacy. A strange word for a man who owns nothing. No title, no wealth, no land. But maybe legacy isn't gold. Maybe it's the fence I helped mend. The prayer I whispered beside a sickbed. The way my eldest son now kneels before supper without being told. The church teaches that if we live rightly, we'll be rewarded after death. A place without hunger, or pain, or frostbitten toes. I hope that's true. But I've also learned not to count chickens, especially after last winter when the fox got in. Still, I do wonder, what will they say when I'm gone? That I worked hard? That I loved Ellen? That I always remembered to patch the thatch before the rains came? Maybe that's enough. Ellen says she'll bury me near the elder tree if the ground isn't frozen. I like that spot. It's quiet. In the spring, the roots smell like sweetness and old wood. And if she places the carving I made, the one with the little rooster on it, I suppose I'll go out with a bit of a smirk. So when the end comes, and I think it's close now, I'll meet it like I've met every storm, every famine, every failed harvest, with quiet resignation, a muttered curse, and a bit of hope. Not for heaven, but for memory. For a life lived, if not easily, then at least completely. It's not the fear of death that weighs heaviest. It's the worry that you'll be forgotten. That everything you built, everything you endured, might vanish like smoke up a chimney. But I take comfort in knowing my hand shaped this place. Every groove in the wood, every furrow in the soil, bears my mark. The village remembers in quiet ways. A child repeating a saying you once muttered. A patch of herbs still growing by the path because you dropped seeds there half a lifetime ago. A crooked fence post no one ever bothered to fix because it was just how Thomas made it. And when Ellen lights the hearth, long after I'm gone, the warmth will still reach the same corners. Maybe that's all we can ask. To have mattered in small ways. To have been part of something that keeps on breathing after we don't. So, I close my eyes with no grand speech. Just the crackle of fire, the smell of peat, and the quiet rhythm of life continuing, as it always has. And maybe, just maybe, Someone will sit by the elder tree one day and feel a little warmth in the breeze. Not enough to name, not enough to explain, but enough to know that someone lived here, loved here, and passed quietly, remembered not in marble, but in the marrow of the village itself.